shortly. May I request all of you to please kindly have your seats? All of you are once again requested to please have your seats.
ठीक है.
So, good afternoon, everyone. So, we are officially starting this workshop on artificial intelligence. A big thank you from Bureau of Indian Standards for being present here for the workshop today. On behalf of Bureau of Indian Standards and the Government of India, it is our honor to welcome you all to this workshop on enabling trust in technology in the age of LLMs and generative AI here in New Delhi, India today. Today we are privileged to have with us some distinguished guests, esteemed dignitaries, experts, and participants from across the globe who are here to participate in this workshop. To commence today's proceedings, I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to kindly take their places on the dais. Shri Bharat Kheraji, Additional Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Shri Chandan Bahel, Deputy Director General, International Relations, Bureau of Indian Standards, India. Srimati Reena Garg, Scientist G and Head of Electronics and Information Technology Department, Bureau of Indian Standards. Mr. William Diab, Chairperson of the International Technical Committee on Artificial Intelligence, ISO IEC JTC1 SC42, and Ms. Heather Benko, the Committee Manager of the International Technical Committee on Artificial Intelligence, JTC1 SC42. We thank all the esteemed dignitaries for gracing this occasion with their presence. To express our gratitude and extend a warm welcome with a bouquet of flowers, I now request our Deputy Director General, Sir, International Relations, Shri Chandan Bahel, to kindly present the bouquet to Shri Bharat Khera, Sir, Additional Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Mr. William Diab, Chairperson, ISO IC JTC1 SC42 on Artificial Intelligence, and Ms. Heather Benko, Committee Manager, ISO IC JTC1 SC42 on AI.
For you, William. Thank you for being here.
The Bureau of Indian Standards is hosting the 15th plenary meeting of ISO IEC JTC1 SC42, which is the dedicated technical committee of the International Organization of Standardization, the ISO, and the International Electrotechnical Commission, the IEC, responsible for the development of international standards on AI. More than 300 global experts, including policymakers and industry leaders from 70 countries, are participating in these meetings. Around 150 experts are participating in these meetings at the Indian Habitat Center in person in Delhi. The meeting had been commenced yesterday and will continue till the 4th of April 2025. The meeting was inaugurated yesterday by Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Srimati Nidhi Khare, Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, and Shri Pramod Kumar Tiwari, Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards. Along with these meetings, this particular workshop on enabling trust in technology in the age of LLMs and generative AI is being organized today that will cover important subjects such as quality output of generative AI, ethical AI, responsible AI usage, AI governance, and the policies across the globe. We have curated an exciting agenda filled with diverse perspectives, case studies, and expert insights that will challenge us to think critically about AI and trust. We have a distinguished lineup of speakers and experts who will be sharing their knowledge and experiences throughout the day. It is a privilege to have with us today Sri Chandan Behel sir, Deputy Director General International Relations, BIS, to deliver the welcome address. He has been with BIS for the last 36 years, currently serving as the Deputy Director General International Relations at BIS. Sri Chandan Behel sir holds a significant position on the global stage as a member of the Technical Management Board of ISO. Moreover, he also represents India in various policy and technical bodies of ISO and IEC and the Pacific Area Standards Congress. He is also a member of ISO-IEC Joint Task Force on AI Governance. So we cordially invite you for the welcome address.
Thank you, Rasmita. Thank you for those kind words. Shri Bharat Khera, Additional Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs. Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Information, Electronics and Information Technology. Mr. William Dibe, Chairperson, JTC1 SC42. Ms. Heather Banco, Committee Manager, JTC1 SC42. Ms. Reena Garg, Scientist G and Head of the Electronics and IT Department at BIS. Esteemed delegates and distinguished guests. Good afternoon, everyone. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to this international workshop on artificial intelligence, organized by Bureau of Indian Standards alongside the 15th plenary meeting of ISO-IEC JTC1 SC42. Today's gathering brings together experts, policymakers, and industry leaders to discuss the evolving landscape of AI governance, standardization, and its responsible deployment. We are honored to have with us Mr. Abhishek Singh and Mr. Bharat Khera with us today, both of whom have consistently championed the vital role of AI in today's world. Mr. Abhishek Singh, in fact, is the CEO of the AI India mission. Their presence here today is a testament to the significance of this workshop and the critical importance of our discussions. Thank you, sir, for taking time out to join us and for your unwavering support to BIS. I also welcome William and Heather. Thank you for being here and all the distinguished participants. I am thankful for your presence here today. The healthy turnout for this event is a vindication of the relevance of this workshop and shows that our initiative is in the right direction at the right time. Artificial intelligence, all of you know, is transforming our world at an unprecedented pace, influencing everything from industries to economies, societies, and in a way that we couldn't have imagined just a while ago. It's that frightening pace, if I could call that AI is influencing us. It's all pervasive: healthcare, finance, education, governance, everywhere. AI is rendering how we work, how now we interact, and how we innovate. And as AI becomes more pervasive, the need for clear guidelines and robust frameworks to ensure its responsible and ethical use becomes even more critical. And this is where the standards play a key role. What standards do is to provide a structured framework for innovation while safeguarding the ethical values and societal interests. Recognizing AI's global impact, we at BIS have been actively participating in the international standardization work in this area, reinforcing India's commitment to establishing AI frameworks that prioritize ethics, fairness, transparency, and accountability. At the international level, organizations like ISO and IEC, now you know that they bring together national standards bodies from all around the world and develop globally recognized standards. So in that framework, ISO and IEC have a joint committee, which is called as ISO IEC JTC1, and under that JTC1, the SC42 is the dedicated committee for AI standardization, which plays a crucial role in setting global benchmarks for AI governance, trustworthiness and applications. And we'll be hearing from William and others later this afternoon to see what this important committee is doing, and we are very happy to be hosting the plenary meetings of SC42 and its working group here in New Delhi. As far as India is concerned, we've been actively shaping the AI landscape through significant policy initiatives. We have a Niti Aayog which is spearheading the national strategy on AI governance. We are working on the principles of fairness, transparency and accountability. Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology is working on developing AI frameworks. In fact, we have Mr. Abhishek Singh here, who is the CEO of the AI India mission, and to see how AI needs to be governed and used here in India. And BIS, as I said earlier also, we have been contributing with whatever we can through our experts in the international standardization arena. Today's workshop is very critical, very crucial. We are going to be discussing critical aspects of AI governance and standardization. The first session, we will have an overview of the work being done by the JTC1 SC42, highlighting its role in shaping the AI global standards. Then the second session is a very interesting session where we'll take you through a journey of various regions, examining the AI governance frameworks from around the world. So now this is going to be really very interesting as to how AI is being governed in different parts of the world, and of course our experts and everyone sitting here will benefit. And finally, today as AI has been, the generative AI is the talk, everything depends on LLMs and NLMs, etc. So third session is going to be devoted on this aspect, where we will be discussing strategies on ensuring fairness, transparency and accountability, FAT principles as we call them. And believe you me, at BIS we do not take this as only a one-off workshop that of course the plenary is happening, so let's have a workshop. We are continuously focusing on all emerging technologies, AI to be very specific, and we are, most of you may be knowing, we are going to be hosting the IEC general meeting and 45 technical committees in September this year, where we are expecting almost about 1500 to 2000 delegates from overseas here in Delhi. We are organizing a workshop on AI even during September. So there is going to be a follow-up of this workshop during the IECGM, and I think some of the experts who are present here today, we might request them to make their presence in Delhi again in September, so that we can share whatever we have done so far, and in the next 6 months with a larger audience here in India. So BIS is taking deployment, ethical deployment of AI and AI governance very seriously. So thank you once again for being here, being present here today. I hope the discussions today are very fruitful, and the workshop ends up with achieving the objective with which it has been planned. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, sir, for welcoming the crowd today and apprising us of the standardization work which is going on in the field of AI internationally, and also apprising the crowd regarding the upcoming IC general meeting that is going to be hosted in India in in September 2025. So now, moving ahead, as sir has mentioned, the work of ISO IC JTC1 SC42 plays a critical role in shaping the future of AI by establishing comprehensive international standards that ensure reliability, safety, and interoperability. I would now invite Mr. William Diab, Chairperson ISO IC JTC1 SC42, who has played a key role in shaping international AI standardization efforts to deliver his address and provide a brief overview of the standardization work that is being taken up in the International Technical Committee ISO IC JTC1 SC42 on artificial intelligence. Mr. Dyer, please.
This one, right? Yeah. Control F. Yep. How do you put a full screen? Thank you very much for the nice welcome, and again, thank you to BIS for hosting the SC42 plenary. I think this is the first time we're in the southern part of Asia, if I'm not mistaken, and so it's great to be here. I think the plenary has been great. The facilities have been fantastic, and I have to say I love all the flowers. They're great. So I'm going to give you a very brief overview. I think you're going to hear from our experts and conveners about more of the detail. So with that being said, if I can figure out, here we go. I'm going to just quickly skip to a picture because I think that describes a little bit easier what we do. So what we actually build in SC42 are those green boxes, various deliverables that what we call horizontal deliverables on AI. And in order to do that, because AI is such a evolving field, we start by looking at different application domains because we want to make sure that what we build is applicable to a wide variety of application domains. We look at a lot about regulatory and policy, some of the emerging societal requirements, as well as business drivers for these standards. With that, we take a look at the context of use of the technology, and from there we distill out horizontal deliverables. But the story does not end there because what we, as you will see from some of the collaboration that we're doing, we have application domain standards within ISO and IEC and outside that are looking at this. We also work with open source community, and of course people can use our standards to build their solutions. So as was mentioned earlier, we are part of both the ISO and IEC families. We live under JTC1, which is responsible for information technology. Our scope is quite broad. We serve as the focal point from an IT point of view for AI standardization, but equally as important is we provide guidance to other ISO, IEC, and JTC1 committees developing AI applications. We've been growing quite rapidly. These numbers are actually not accurate because we're going through our plenary and we have more projects assigned, but we have published about 35 standards and have a number in the pipeline that we're working on. One thing that's very interesting to look at is we have 70 countries that participate in SC42. When we were formed, I think we were at 12, over 800 unique experts, and over 33% reflect developing countries, which is important because we want our standards to not just be applicable to those regions or countries that are developing the technology, but also to everyone that is using it. We do run a biannual workshop series that you're invited to attend. It's complimentary and it's available online. So we're currently structured with 5 direct working groups. I hope the next version of this slide will have the nice pictures that we took yesterday. And I will briefly touch on each of them. We also now have more joint working groups than we do have direct working groups, and that reflects the collaboration that we do with other ISO and IEC committees. So in terms of the topics, our foundational standards, this looks at areas like developing a common language, terminology, concepts, but it's also been responsible for ISO IEC 42001, which is our management system standard, and the ecosystem of standards around it to help enable certification and conformity assessment. And I'll talk more about this towards the end of the presentation. Our data, which you'll hear from Dave in a little bit, takes a look at both our big data work as well as the application of AI and analytics around data. We have completed all of our big data work, but we have a lot of exciting new projects in this area, and I leave it to Dave to get into it. You'll also hear from David, and not every convener is named David in our committee. But trustworthiness is a very important topic for us. It's important to remember that in large part, AI is based on IT, on traditional IT systems with some differences. But that also means that the rich portfolio of standards that ISO and IEC have developed through committees like SC7, SC27, and others are available to use, and we amend, complement where we see the need for AI-specific requirements. So this group has done quite a bit of work. A couple of things to highlight are, for example, the Square series, the AI risk management, and a lot of the work that we're doing around trustworthiness. Oh, I'm going backwards. So societal concerns and ethics. This is a topic that is increasingly top of mind for people around the world when they want to deploy safe and reliable AI systems. And this goes beyond just security and privacy. And when we take a look at the context of use of the technology, we want to make sure that the technology is ethical and reflects what the people want of the technology. And to do that, we actually have dedicated projects around this that Working Group 3 is dealing with, but we also integrated across our entire portfolio of work. For example, our use cases make reference to ethical consideration. And more recently, we've also started looking at the positive sides of ethical and societal considerations, like beneficial AI, which is being developed in Working Group 4. It's important to note that we're not the only people that are looking at this, and we do try to work with as many global organizations that we can to make sure that we harmonize, complement where we can. I'm going to skip this in the interest of time. Use cases and applications. This is our working group that lends itself to the second part of our scope, which is looking at use cases to ensure that when we build our standards, they're truly horizontal. So I believe we have in our latest revision over 185 use cases from a number of verticals and sectors. And we also help with providing guidance for the application developers. So we've got a couple of published standards here, one looking at the life cycle processes and the other for the guidance and looking at it from the point of view of application developers. A couple of big areas here is we started to work on environmental sustainability in this working group. We also have a big focus around human-machine teaming, and as I mentioned earlier, beneficial AI. Computational methods are at the heart of AI systems, and this group is targeted to look at that, Working Group 5. And we've published a number of projects, one of which we're going through a revision, the classification performance project. And there's currently quite a bit of work that I think you're going to hear from Professor Cho about later on, like lightweight modeling, hybrid AI, and I believe, if I'm not mistaken, they're considering a new project this week as well. Governance implications of AI is really a joint effort that we did with a sister committee called SC40 under JTC1 that looks at IT governance. And the idea is to be able to answer the questions that may come from decision makers when they're trying to deploy the technology. And so it leverages the work that 40 has done and the expertise of 42 in terms of being able to do that. And this was published in 2022. Testing of AI-based systems has become an increasingly important topic around the world in order to make sure, for a variety of reasons, whether it's for regulatory purposes or for compliance purposes, to be able to test these systems. And we currently have 2 projects, and this group has decided to turn this into a series One is of testing of AI-based systems, and the other is verification and validation analysis of AI-based systems. And if I'm not mistaken, that was a project that was introduced by India. AI-enabled health informatics is joint work with ISO TC 215, taking a look at the area of healthcare. This group started by trying to look at what the requirements are through a technical report, and has since decided to also add a project to complement our terminology and concepts specifically for AI in the healthcare domain. And this is not only important to address the needs of healthcare, but it can also set a format or a system of how we approach different verticals when working with other committees. This group is also looking at 42001, and I believe this week, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow we'll be discussing potentially the application of 42001 to their sector. Functional safety, I think you're going to hear from Ricardo later on today. This is being done jointly with IEC TC65, SC65A, and is looking really at enabling AI in environments where functional safety is quite important. So if I'm not mistaken, IEC's committees, I think about 60 to 70% of them touch on functional safety, and many of the committees in ISO deal with functional safety in their domains. So this is hugely important to ensure that AI can be deployed in sectors where safety is important. Natural language processing is one of our more recent efforts, and this is being done with ISO TC 37, and this is looking at a variety of different technologies when it comes to natural language. And one thing to note on here, similar to some of the other projects that we have, this is being done under joint development with Senelec JTC 21. Conformity assessments, which I believe you might hear from Martina. This is one of our newest joint working groups. This is being done with ISO Casco, and this is really taking the next step in terms of what we need to do to ensure conformity assessment. AI-enabled financial systems, I literally put this together before we started. So the group has been formed, but it still hasn't had its first meeting. And this is looking, I think as was mentioned earlier, the importance of AI in some of the fields, including financial, with ISO TC 68. And again, it's following a similar template to what we did with health informatics. I know there was a discussion on AI and sustainability. Unfortunately, Harm could not be here this week, so I'm going to just touch on this briefly. So this group is being done jointly with JTC1 SC39, and this group is really more of a brainstorming group to come up with ideas for us to address the topic of sustainability that's top of mind for everyone. And it is looking at sustainability from two different angles. One, at the sustainability of AI systems themselves, and two, it's looking at how AI can be applied to solve some of these global sustainability challenges. And I believe the group has been working. They have a number of new ideas that they are going to be recommending over this year for further development. Skip this in the interest of time. Just briefly on the management system standard. So this is the approach that we took to deal with the specific requirements of AI that are different from traditional systems. For example, the expectations that the system may behave differently based on learning, or that the consumers of the AI products themselves have some assurance and certainty when they're using the system that it is reliable and trustworthy. And we employed the ISO management system standard type. You might be familiar with ISO 9001 or ISO IEC 27001 for cybersecurity, and we have taken that approach for artificial intelligence. The nice thing about the way these are set up is they can be used as is, or they can be extended for certain domains. So as I mentioned earlier, the health informatics group is taking a look at this as well. And so this is an example of how all of our documents can come together in terms of the ecosystem. In the interest of time, I won't go through it, but I will make the slides available. And this again addresses the need of why we were looking further into conformity assessment and working with Casco to come up with conformity assessment schemes. One quick note is that a couple of years ago we went through the exercise of looking how we support the UN Sustainability Development Goals, and there was two interesting points that came out of the exercise. The first is that we directly support 13 out of the 17 SDGs. This is selected when the proposals are approved. And the second is that when you look at how our standards are envisioned to be used by application domain committees, then we virtually support all of them. So just to conclude, we are taking a look at the entire AI ecosystem. We continue to go through a rapid growth period, so it is a great time to join. So if you're based in India, I highly suggest that you speak with the BIS people here to see how you can engage further. It's an excellent opportunity to join either some of our existing work or new work. And we continue to work with more and more organizations around the world. As a note, we do run these workshops twice a year. They're free, they're complimentary, and we archive them on the web. It's freely available. You can take a look at the videos or the presentations. So with that, I'd again like to thank BIS for the opportunity to introduce our program of work, and I turn it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dayab. That was quite informative, and I think the participants present here today had a lot to learn from the standardization framework that was explained by Mr. Dayab to apprise us of the international standardization that is taking place in the field of artificial intelligence, and how they're looking into the fields of AI in financial systems, AI in health informatics, and also trying to collaborate with it with the conformity assessment schemes. As we move forward, as India strides forward in the digital transformation journey, the role of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology becomes even more significant in ensuring that AI development aligns with our national vision of inclusivity, security, and innovation-driven growth. We are honored to have with us today Shri Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. He oversees key domains including artificial intelligence, emerging technologies, and research and development in electronics and IT. Additionally, he holds the additional charge as the CEO of the India AI Mission, driving national AI initiatives and digital transformation. I now invite you, sir, to deliver the special address.
Thank you. First and foremost, I must compliment the BIS for hosting this international summit on such an important topic of developing standards for artificial intelligence, which has become a part of our lives. My co-panelists on the dais, we just heard from Mr. Dayab with regard to how standards are being developed, and he's chairing that committee which is doing into this. We also have Heather, who is a member of this committee. My colleague and friend Bharat is here, so Chandrika and Reena Garg. So the whole issue, in fact, this presentation that was just made kind of explained with regard to what we are dealing with. And if you look at the theme of this session, with regard to how do we enable trust in technology, especially the era of LLMs and generative AI. So the key topic relates to building trust in technology. And when do we trust anyone? When do we trust a human being? When do we trust a person we deal with? When do we trust a technology that we are using? Whether it's automobiles or when do we fly in aircrafts and all. In the entire evolution theory, whenever a new technology has been introduced, we start trusting a technology when it is fair, it is accountable, it is explainable, it is transparent, and one knows what the technology is doing. Like for example, when the automobiles were introduced or aircrafts were introduced, we started trusting it when we realized that it is safe to travel. And how do you decide whether it's safe to travel or not? By laying down certain norms, certain standards, testing it against them. And when the standards for pollution, the standards for safety, brakes, all those things were like devised by experts, and the machines that were made were tested against them, and then when they found to conform to those standards, then only it was opened for public use. And the same applies to medicine, same applies to vaccines, same applies to drugs. So they all technological products go through this entire cycle of laying down benchmarks, laying down standards, laying down safety norms, laying down what harm it can cause. And the same applies in many ways to artificial intelligence also. So like when, of course, the complexity goes up because LLMs and all, very often it's not easy to understand what they do. Like we understand what a car does, how it moves, how it stops. But to understand how a LLM or a generative AI, how a chat GPT or how a Grok generates an output, it's, one needs to be fully sure to understand how it is doing that, what data sets it have been trained on, how it is generating the output, and when it is doing so, is it doing it in a fair manner, a balanced manner, and is it doing so in a manner in which it doesn't have prejudices against any group of people or communities. And for doing so, it's widely understood that if a model, if a LLM or a generative AI model is trained on a diverse, inclusive data sets, it is more likely to produce results which are more trustworthy, which are safe, which are inclusive. And that brings it to the whole point of the way the technology has evolved and the way the technology today is concentrated in a few companies and a few countries and have been primarily been developed by training on data sets which are not necessarily inclusive, because digitalization has been like primarily limited to the developed world. Many of the countries, the global south, have not been part of this entire ecosystem. So that's where the bias in development algorithms come in. And that's where the need for having standards that are fair, that are inclusive, that are developed through extensive consultation and deliberation become very, very important. So to that extent, I must compliment the SC42 and the BIS for hosting this summit in this workshop in India, and wherein the experts from all across the world have assembled here and are deliberating on this very important issue that concerns all of us. Today we all are using a Gen AI product in some form or the other, and if the technology is developed in such a way that's inclusive, it will benefit the entire humanity. And when we do so and we move forward, we are seeing, especially in India and the India AI mission, adoption of AI, especially generative AI, for so many applications, whether it's in healthcare, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's in just communicating, whether it's bridging the language barrier, ensuring voice as a medium for seeking information and services. We do need standards in all these segments in order to ensure that everybody is included. I'll just give a small example of a project that's being implemented, especially with regard to ensuring that we are able to decipher all our manuscripts. For example, National Manuscript Mission, they were working on like how do we ensure that they are digitized and they are the generative AI model can be built on that. And there when we started doing, we realized that there are some languages and some scripts, especially like scripts like Grantha, scripts like Brahmi, Prakrit, Pali, for which Unicode standards are also not there. So again, if we have to really take benefit of technology, if we really take benefit of digitalization, we need to develop standards of all kinds. Voice standards for various languages will be needed, because ultimately the power of LLMs, especially in a country like India where people speak diverse languages and dialects, will come in when people are able to query a model with voice and get a reply back in voice. And this will require developing standards across the entire ecosystem, and that would make it truly inclusive. I am sure the groups, the experts who are meeting as we sit in this hall and they are deliberating on them, will be working on all those standards, standards on images, standards on developing models, standards on application, electronic health records, how data is shared, how applications become interoperable. These become very, very important part of the development of entire ecosystem. So I once again compliment the entire team led by Mr. Dayab and the committee which is working on it, Bureau of Indian Standards, for hosting it, organizing it, ensuring that India has a voice, and ensuring that we call upon more experts across the world, especially all the developing countries, so that what we develop, what we deliberate, what we finalize becomes truly inclusive, and then only we'll be able to truly harness the potential of this technology. Thank you once again, and look forward to looking at the deliberations of this conference.
Thank you, sir, for your deep insights and addressing all the participants here today. As we move forward, the Ministry of Consumer Affairs also plays a very important role in protecting the consumer rights and developing policies that ensure fair and responsible technology adoption. It is our proud privilege to have with us today Sri Bharat Khera, Additional Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Food and Public Distribution. With his vast experience in policymaking and consumer protection, he has been instrumental in shaping regulatory frameworks that uphold consumer interests in the digital age. I now invite you, sir, to kindly deliver the inaugural address for this workshop.
Shri Abhishek Singh Ji, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, a friend and a batchmate also, CEO, India AI Mission. Mr. Vale William Diab, Chairperson, Joint Technical Committee 1, Subcommittee 42 on Artificial Intelligence. Ms. Hithar Benko, the Committee Manager for this subcommittee. Shri Chandan Behel, Deputy Director General, Bureau of Indian Standards. Shrimati Reena Garg, Scientist G and Head Electronics and IT Division of Bureau of Indian Standards. My friends from the media, all participants who are attending this workshop in person, and I'm told some are attending through VC also. No, all in person. Okay. So at the outset, I would compliment the Bureau of Indian Standards for hosting this 15th plenary and working committee meeting, this time in India. And as William Diab mentioned, that for the first time it is being hosted in South Asia. So we take pride in the fact that this time it is happening here in India. This is a week-long event. It started off yesterday, 31st March, and it will go on till the 4th of April. Yesterday we had the opening plenary in which we heard the Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, and the Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, besides DGBIS. So we had a very interesting panel discussion yesterday also, before the committee started off with its work. I had the opportunity to see the deliberations yesterday. Around 200 international delegates from about 68 countries are attending this workshop, this committee. And they have now split into 15 different working groups who are meeting in separate meeting halls in this venue. Some of the working groups who are free from the deliberations have joined us here in this workshop also. But this is a week-long serious deliberation on this interesting subject and a very contemporary subject in today's time. BIS also has a technical committee, which is the National Mirror Committee of this international committee. And I'm happy to know that this time a couple of standards have been proposed by the Indian committee also, which is being discussed in the meetings of this subcommittee. So alongside the 15th plenary and meeting, we have this workshop which is being organized today on enabling trust in technology in the age of LLMs and generative AI. This is a very contemporary topic. I have the benefit of speaking after Mr. Vale William and Abhishek Singh. You have heard the international perspective of what is happening in this field, and you have heard the national activity of what is going on in the India AI mission by Abhishek. AI has transformative potential, we all know. It can drive economic growth, it can enhance quality of life, tackle some of the world's most pressing challenges. But the issue is, to fully harness the power of AI, we also need to establish robust, inclusive, and internationally recognized standards that ensure trust, fairness, security, and accessibility. These are the few hallmarks which have to be there in any policy which we bring out for standardization of this important field. These standards will not only safeguard ethical deployment of artificial intelligence, it will also help create a level playing field for developing nations, enabling all of us to adopt and implement AI responsibly and effectively. India recognizes AI as a key driver of progress. Our thriving technology ecosystem, supported by government initiatives and private sector innovation, is positioning the country at the forefront of AI deployment. India has undertaken a series of bold and forward-linking initiatives to strengthen its AI capabilities across various sectors, from governance and healthcare to education and agriculture. The National Strategy for Artificial Intelligence emphasizes leveraging AI to address societal challenges, promote inclusivity, and benefit all segments of society, particularly the underserved communities. The India AI mission launched by the Government of India serves as a national platform to drive AI research, development and deployment. The government is committed to ensuring that these innovations are developed responsibly, balancing global collaboration with national priorities. Such initiatives are transforming governance, fostering innovation and creating opportunities for all, from rural farmers to young entrepreneurs and startups. Given India's unique demographic, economic and social landscape, our approach to AI must address challenges of scale, diversity and accessibility. AI solutions have to be designed to be inclusive and adaptable. Abhishek mentioned about the proper democratization and transparency in usage of data sets. That's very critical. I would like to share with you a typical use case of AI in our own Department of Consumer Affairs. You would have all heard about this National Consumer Helpline. Any consumer, all of us are consumers day in and day out, for any particular grievance related to a company or to a particular service, to a particular product, if we feel that our grievance has not been addressed by that particular company, we can always lodge our grievance on 1915. That is what is called the National Consumer Helpline. So this is a system which can be accessed through WhatsApp, through phones, through email, through whatever means, different means are possible. And you can straight away register your grievance related to a deficiency in the service given by that particular company or of a product. And more than 1,000 companies are onboarded onto this portal. So our effort is to resolve the grievances of the consumers by associating with these companies. And 90% cases, the grievances get sorted, but the volume which is handled by the National Consumer Helpline is increasing with every passing day. So almost 12 lakh grievances are registered in a year on the National Consumer Helpline, and artificial intelligence can play a transformational role in making this National Consumer Helpline useful. AI-driven approach significantly shifts towards a data-driven, responsive and consumer-centric ecosystem. It enhances the scalability, the efficiency, the accessibility, transparency. It may provide a sector-wise analysis of consumer grievances. We'll know what kind of grievances are coming up in a particular sector, which are the companies who are not being able to address the consumer grievances. We'll even have a statistical data because the analysis can be done in a couple of seconds using AI. AI-powered features like automated classification and predictive analytics, we can even know that in times to come, which are the particular areas in which the likely consumer grievances are posing a problem. So this would increase the consumer engagement both in terms of calls and in terms of complaints, and it will result in a faster resolution time. So the use of AI would really transform this. So that is one particular case which we are requesting the India AI mission also to partner with us. We'll take it forward. As a country deeply engaged in AI across multiple sectors, India recognizes the importance of aligning our national AI strategies with global standards. That is what has brought this meeting of the subcommittee this time to India. Our active participation in international fora like this ensures that global AI frameworks reflect the real world challenges and needs of diverse economies and societies. India is a country which has a diverse kind of sectors wherever we may say, and that is why it is very important that India should be a part of these important deliberations. By organizing this workshop on the sidelines of the meeting of the subcommittee, we reaffirm our commitment to shaping the future of AI governance and standardization. This workshop has been very nicely structured, as was brought out by Mr. Chandan Bahel in his welcome address. There are 3 sessions which are being organized. One on overview of the work being carried out by the subcommittee, which Will William has already outlined. The second session is on governance frameworks of AI from around the world. We'll have models from Japan, Australia, Singapore, India, all being discussed in this platform. And the third session on responsible AI in the age of LLMs and generative AI. So this workshop certainly presents an opportunity to foster international partnerships, exchange knowledge, and collaboratively address the ethical, technical, and societal challenges posed by AI. I extend my best wishes to all the delegates, to all the participants who are present here. Your contribution towards efforts for AI standardization would go a long way in bringing serious deliberations on this important subject. So I wish you all a very productive and successful workshop, very insightful deliberations, and a good learning experience. With these words, I compliment the BIS as well as the ISO IEC JTC1 Subcommittee 42 for organizing this workshop with the participation of everybody on this important event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the inaugural address and providing us your insights and letting us know how AI can actually help with fixing the issues of the consumers in India through the National Consumers Helpline. Thank you so much. Today, we also have with us one very important person, Dr. Pushpak Bhattacharya, Professor IIT Bombay. He is the chair of the National Mirror Committee of JTC1 SC42, and under his leadership, India is striding forward not only at the national platform, but also at the international standardization platform of ISO. He has joined virtually with us and will be with us till the end of the workshop. Next, going forward, I now request Srimati Reena Garg. She is the head of the Electronics and Information Technology Department at the Bureau of Indian Standards and has been at the forefront of developing and strengthening national and international standards, ensuring quality, safety, and global competitiveness. She is representing India in the IEC Standards Management Board as a member. Her leadership and unwavering support has been crucial in enhancing India's presence in global standardization platforms. Ma'am, I invite you to share your thoughts and deliver the vote of thanks for this workshop.
Thank you, Alismita. Good evening, everyone. I think good afternoon, everyone. So, respected senior dignitaries on the dais, all the participants, SC42 communities, and delegates from all over India, and this event is being live streamed, so people who are watching it, I really thank you for your time. Take out your time to participate in this very important event. And as you have just heard from our dignitaries on the dais, what can you expect in the following sessions after these inaugural sessions? Very interesting agenda for all of you to know what's happening all over the world in the field of AI, especially in the standardization arena. So, after you've heard Vail, the chair of SC42, about the international standardization effort taking place through this committee on AI, and with the help of experts from various countries and associated liaison organizations, the National Standard Body of India, BIS, represents India in this particular committee, JTC1 SC42. So if any Indian delegates wants to participate in SC42 work, so that is through BIS committee. As Vail has already mentioned that you can engage, if you want to engage yourself in the international standardization activity, then contact your national body. So national body is BIS in this reference. So given the vast landscape of standardization in emerging technology areas, including AI, like we need to have very strong participation from from the national point of view, so that we can voice our opinion, and whatever international standards are being formulated that are acceptable to us, so that we can without any hitch implement those standards in our ecosystem. So for that we will have to really very strongly participate in all the working groups which have been mentioned, and we'll deep dive into each of these areas in the following sessions. So like we'll know more about what's happening in each of these areas. And we are fortunate to have SC42 community experts to talk about each one of these areas. And I really appreciate your time, and I really thank you for taking out your time from your busy ongoing working group meetings and having come here to talk on this forum about the work you are doing. And while Concluding this session, I, on behalf of BIS, would now like to express my sincere gratitude to Mr. Bharat Kheda, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Consumer Affairs, Government of India, for delivering the inaugural address, and which has really inspired us. And he has the vision for AI and its transformation potential from the consumer-centering point of view, which he has said. That is really, really very important. Thank you so much, sir, for taking out of your time to be here with us. And we are equally thankful to Mr. Abhishek Singh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and IT, for his special address and being the CEO of India AI Mission. His presence is really, really inspiring for all of us today, and to encourage the community to take part in standardization activity. And his perspective on Indian policies and initiatives in AI is of utmost importance, and we are really happy to learn from him the efforts and progress being made in the field of AI, standardization and other implementation aspect by Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. And our sincere gratitude to Mr. Vail Diab, Chair of SC42, and the committee manager, Heather. And I know it takes a lot of effort, lot of time, and real sincere, your time is really important, and your efforts to conduct these meetings, and your expertise is, your expertise is truly invaluable for all of us here today. And I would like to thank Mr. Chandan Behel, DDG International Standards and International Relation Department, BIS, for sharing his valuable insights and telling you about the objectives of this workshop. And a special thank to all the speakers, experts from industry leaders who are contributing towards standardization efforts. And last but not the least, all the participants, delegates joining in person and listening to us through the live streaming, and taking their time out of the busy schedule. But the more important is, after you learn what's happening at all these international and national fora, we need experts, we need your engagement, active engagement in national standardization effort and also at international standardization effort. So we are here to help you. For any query, any assistance, you can reach us how to participate. So I think it's clear now that if you have to participate, if you have to make a world a better place to live in, and the AI to play a very important role in this area. So the standards in AI should be really inclusive, robust, and to make those standards, while they are being formulated, if we participate, it will make more sense. We'll be able to implement those. And we'll be able to accept those standards. So thank you so much. And as we embark on this journey of learning, collaboration and innovation, we hope that this workshop proves to be a platform for fruitful discussion and partnership, and it will really help shape the future of artificial intelligence in India and beyond. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you each one of you for being here and joining us today.
Thank you, madam, for giving the vote of thanks. And now we come to the close of this inaugural session. I would request Chandan sir to kindly present the mementos as a vote of thanks to our dignitaries here. Sir, Abhishek Singh sir. Shri Bharat Kheda sir. Additional Secretary, Department of Consumer Affairs, Government of India. Mr. Vail William Diab, Chairperson, ISO IC GTC 1 SC42. I would request Srimati Reena Garg to kindly present the memento. to Ms. Heather Benko, the Committee Manager of SC42 on AI.
For those of you that don't know, we actually have a joint working group between SC7.
Thank you, dignitaries. We'll just have a photograph. I would request Sri Kshitij Batla to join with us. He is the Member Secretary of the National Mirror Committee on Artificial Intelligence, and it is for him that we are here. Thank you. Yes. So, here. So with this, we officially conclude the inaugural session and we will embark on our next session. I would ask the speakers of the next session to kindly have a seat on the dais. We have Ms. Martina Paul, Convener ISO IC JTC 1 SC42, Joint Working Group 6. Ms. Suzanne Kuch, Project Editor of 42006 and ISO IC 42007. Dr. Ricardo Mariani, Convener GTC 1 SC42 Joint Working Group 4. Mr. David William Boyd, ISO IC JTC 1 SC42 WG2 Convener. Please have a seat.
Do you expect us a seat? Okay.
Dr. David Phillip, Convener of ISO IC JTC 1 SC42 WG3 on trustworthiness. Thank you, speakers, for having a place on the dais. As we embark on our first session of the day, we turn our focus towards the global landscape of AI standardization. In the inaugural session, Mr. Wale William Diab, the chair of ISO IC SC42 on artificial intelligence, had walked us through the standardization efforts of this technical committee and how it plays a crucial role in shaping the future of artificial intelligence. As we move forward in our discussion on AI standardization, an essential aspect to consider is the conformity assessment for AI systems. Ensuring that AI technologies meet established standards is crucial for building trust and reliability. To shed light on this important topic, I now invite Ms. Martina Paul, Convener of ISO IEC JTC 1 SC42 Joint Working Group 6, and Ms. Suzanne Kuch, Project Editor of ISO IEC 42006 and 42007, to provide their insights on conformity assessment for AI systems.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So usually conformity assessment comes after the standards. So we have the honor, and thank you very much to our esteemed hosts, to give us the opportunity to present here what we in the right newly formed Joint Working Group 6. It's a joint working group which is quite unique because it is between Subcommittee 42 and, as the chair, while Liab already said, ISO-CASCO. So ISO-CASCO is the of those of you who don't know, It's the Conformity Assessment Policy Committee of the ISO, and it plays a very important role within the World Trade Organization and the so-called TBT, that the technical barrier the agreement on removal of technical barriers to trade. To understand what we are doing, we're putting forward some of the definitions or the frameworks we're showing, because it is important to see what the framework is. It's not just that you can, as a company, well, you can do it. You can do as a company just say, now, we would like to do some certification. Let's put it like that. Certification is one part of conformity assessment. You could just say you do it as a company. But at the end of the day, what will it help you? Will it help you access markets? Potentially not. Will it help you access regional markets, world markets? Potentially not. What you need for that is internationally recognized standards, and they are standards within the conformity assessment system, which is called ISO Casco Toolbox. And what we show here, I don't go now into the definitions. I presume the slides will be shown later, will be distributed later. So conformity assessment means that you demonstrate that you have met specified requirements and that they are fulfilled. And a specified requirement is, in the ISO IC world, not a should, not a can, not a would, not a maybe, but it's a shall. So a shall statement is a verifiable requirement. So this we have here, specified requirement, and then we're looking at the so-called object of conformity assessment. Why do we all tell you that? That you understand, again, the framework and what we are now referring to on our next slides.
Yeah, if we take an AI system as object of conformity assessment, we try to see it as a holistic approach, because the AI system is also a development process, or reiterates in development and operation. And the conformity assessment schemes we are trying to focus on is based on the currently revised or under revision, the ISO IC 17067 standard that allows for different conformity assessment schemes to be developed. And what we're trying to do is to specify this ISO IC 17067 and give them AI specific input where needed, which can include elements of management system requirements or competence requirements where deemed necessary. And what we are doing is give guidance to those that develop schemes, that can be companies or certification bodies, to have reliable and reproducible schemes.
17065? No, okay. So the challenges we have are the high context dependencies of AI system. An AI system is not just what is an AI system? We have a definition for that, but besides that, it is simply context dependent. You have challenges therefore, because if there are some stakeholders who want metrics from us, and say, I want a table from you, and you tell us now which metrics have to be fulfilled, and we ask them, okay, what would the customer require? What would you as regulator require? So what are the stakeholder requirements? We have different approaches to it. We have product and organizational process approach. It was already mentioned, the 40-2001, which is an organizational, a process approach. It's not a product approach, but a process and organizational approach. So if you use AI management system standard, you prove as an organization that you are meeting specific requirements. You don't prove that your product meets specific requirements, and your product is context dependent, not only in terms of stakeholders, but in technologies. Natural language processing is different than other or large language models. So, and domains, you have different requirements when you look at domains such as vehicles, medical devices. So there's no AI system as such, but you always have to look at the context of it. So this is, of course, it's a challenge for traditional conformity assessment approaches. So our challenge is to put it all together, building trust in a complex environment and an emerging technology. So there is a trade-off between continuous learning, changing, and building trust. So stability against change. And this in this context and in this challenging environment we are. That's me now, yeah. Okay. So, but there are not only challenges, but of course we are standardizers, we see the opportunities in it. So an AI system, it's not, in many senses, AI systems are not new for conformity assessment. What they are, at the end of the day, part of it is software. So we have already, and Well has shown that we are in the so-called square world. We could apply part of the square world to the AI systems world. So this is not so new. Testing software and algorithm is normal and is a routine activity in information technology. And first, second, and third party accredited software testing laboratories and other similar facilities, they are there and they will likely increase. So there are some things which are already there and they are not new. What is new though is that an AI system as a product, service, or process. AI system product certification schemes multiplying. What do we mean by that? There are already lots of those in the market. There are lots of organizations who say we are doing certification of AI systems. We are doing that. We are doing testing of AI systems. We are doing. We are providing trust. We are providing. So there's lots of promises. Sometimes capped, sometimes less capped. But there are lots of multiplying schemes in the market. So, and there is, to the point of view of the stakeholders of ISO and IC, there is a need for a globally comparable, reproducible, and responsible scheme. So, as said, meeting specified requirements, which are based on international consensus of multiple stakeholders. So, the so-called functional approach of the ISO CASCO, which is the methodology with which we address in ISO CASCO conformity assessment, has to fulfill the needs. So here we are with our standard, the need for high-level framework guidance for conformity assessment systems. And I took one part of you.
No worries.
I'm very sorry.
Yeah, so all what is there has to fit for something that is new, and we're trying to combine those things. So all AI-specific things that might challenge those world about creating trust, about creating comparable, reducible, responsible schemes, conformity assessment schemes, or comparable certifications that are acknowledged by different countries, by WTO members, that ease international trade. That's what we are trying to achieve, to give guidance to those scheme developers to have such comparable schemes and make international trade easier. And to put it all together also to the slides that Wael presented earlier, because I'm also active in Working Group 1 about the foundational standards, where the management system, Wael shortly mentioned, it was developed. There we have, if we only speak about third-party certifications that give certain trust of an independent party to the market, we have the 42001 as guiding standard, internationally acknowledged and developed, and we have this 42006, which helps certification bodies to process this and to give reliable and also comparable certificates to the market, where you can have a trust in that certificate, that if it's from a party that works with this standard, your certificate of 42001 is of high value, you can say. And on the other side, so that's what we did within the Working Group 1 and is kind of a foundational standard, and what we did now is to combine the two worlds even more if it comes to product conformity assessment, and specifically if it's again a third party, to create more trust, to create independent assessment. We have the product certification with manifold schemes, which the 42007 would be a guidance to certifications, but also to conformity assessment schemes. And the idea and the goal is to have a well-structured combination of all conformity assessment activities needed and a guidance on how to select what in order to have a reliable scheme that you can trust on.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So thank you, Ms. Martina and Ms. Suzanne, for the informative session on how SC42 is looking forward to the ISO CASCO systems on conformity assessment and the challenges that are being faced. As AI systems continue to be deployed in safety-critical applications, ensuring their functional safety is of utmost importance. Addressing this key aspect, I now invite Dr. Ricardo Mariani, convener of Joint Working Group 4 of SC42, to share his insights on functional safety and AI systems.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure of being here. So first, I would like to set a bit the context. When we speak about safety, everyone has a different understanding. And of course, in my case, in my group case, also we have another understanding. So in our context, functional safety, I mean, is a field that exists so many years. So all trains, cars, airplanes, and robotics, agriculture, they use such a functional safety to basically reduce or eliminate as much as possible an acceptable risk. And the level of risk is determined by how the system is used. And the goal is to avoid injuries to the health of people or environment as a failure of a system. Of course, with AI, the definition of safety is growing. And so if in functional safety, you typically have aspects like diversity of software, redundancy of hardware, monitors, detecting faults and failure. Now here in AI, we have all the aspects that you have understood. So explainability, robustness of the model, impact of data. So then the point is how we combine the word of functional safety with AI. And of course, it's very important. As you see now every day, both autonomous cars, also tractors, but also now humanoids and many other fields, they really require such a functional safety and they really need AI. So then so the work we have done in SC42 started a few years ago, and the first of the outcome has been this document, the ISO IC, the TR5469, that we published in January of the last year. It was the first, it still has been the first of the report available to bridge this functional safety of AI system. And they mainly covered three things. One, use of AI inside a safety-related function. Second, use of a technology that maybe exists to identify failures of an AI system. And three, also very important, using of AI tools to design a system like a cars or an airplanes or a train. So I think the work was very good also because we merged the experience of the AI world and also the experience of our friends and colleagues that are coming, in this case, from SC65A, that is a working group on functional safety, especially for industrial systems. So I don't want to enter in detail, we don't have time, but what we ended up is first kind of identifying first some classes of AI technologies. Some of the AI technology, well, they are simple enough or they are somehow oversight by humans at a certain level that you can use existing also requirement in functional safety. So you can use existing standard. Other, and this is the software technology class 3, are maybe the most advanced thing not yet proven, on which of course you need to do a lot of effort, but in between, a lot of the new AI model and technology, they fall in what we call the software technology class 2. And also we used what we say application usage level. So for example, one AI technology may drive your car, or another AI technology may assist you in driving the car, or another AI technology may be used when you design the car. So on all these three roles, of course, the impact of an AI system is different. And so here, at a very high level, we have defined a way in which if you are a software technology class 3 and application user level A1, so really using AI to do automation, that the level of requirement we are asking is very high. Instead, on the other end, is very low. So somehow this is how we define a way with which we can let's say, identify the risk and related approaches. Of course, we start always, I mean, in a safety world, we also think in a bad way, say, okay, is there anything it may go wrong? So for example, of course, you may have designed a system to detect a signal in Europe, and then you come in India and it's different, or vice versa. So there is a drift of the data, and it could be due by many things. But also it could be an issue with the model. So the model itself is not fit to satisfy your goal. And then I think I need to remove that thing that I don't know what is it. And then, of course, when you then use the model into the vehicle, into the machine, into the airplane, then you may have issues for hardware and software issues. So those are these aspects that we need to analyze. At the end, you may think, oh, is there maybe something really new so that you are creating with that new document, new standard? On one sense, yes, but still there is a good news. The principle of safety, that is diversity, redundancy, supervision, how you quantify uncertainty, and if you fail, you go in a safe mode, they still valid. It's the way you apply that is different. So for example, how you evaluate diversity of model, or how you quantify uncertainty of model, and how you, for example, how you monitor the input and in order so that you operate in the scope you have identified up front. So those are what we added in such a document. Of course, one of the concerns is that with AI, safety is guaranteed mainly by testing, and if you compare with some of the existing systems without AI, you typically achieve safety by architecture and design. So it's not really true still, as I have shown, you can approach AI safety with architecture, but indeed it's true that doing so, one of the key roles in safety is to do doing AI testing. One of the new things we have added in this document is that, of course, the role of generating data and doing such a testing in a virtual world is very important, so that you can really expand the number of scenarios that you test. In such a document, in the TR 5469, we have also some example. This is one AMR, but we have also for an autonomous vehicle, in which we describe which topic you need to address, which of the techniques of method you use, and also how, when you say, okay, now I am safe, somehow, which are the metrics that you need to use. Now, I want to close explaining what's next. So we started from the TR 5469, and then we started this new project, the TS22440 series. Is divided in 3 parts. 1 is the requirement, 2 is guidance, and 3 examples of application. Why we divided like that? We believe that the principle will be stable. So this is why -1 as a requirement. We believe the guidance will evolve quite quickly. I mean, every week you have a new AI model, a new AI technology, and so you may need to evolve such a guidance. And 3, we have a need of example of application. And I think the -3 is also very interesting. We have, I think, today 8 examples ranging from industrial equipment to detecting a person that is walking across a robot, healthcare system, avionics. So we have all of that, showing that each sector will really benefit from this work. The number of the members is growing. Of course, we want to have also more active members, and we plan to, if we are good to go, we should be able to public this maybe next year. But also, as I mentioned, one of the key things is how you quantify uncertainty. Is one of the key things on AI. It's not just for safety system, but is in general. So this is why we hosted this also project, the TS 25223, that is a guidance and requirement for how you quantify uncertainty in AI system. And as you can see on such a picture, is a bit small maybe, is basically starting understanding where are the source of uncertainty. So you start on the right side, and it could be an aleatoric uncertainty, an epistemic uncertainty, so these two uncertainty when you design AI system, but then there is also an uncertainty when you use that AI system, so the quality of the input, as I mentioned, the fit of the model and the compliance with scope. So the end goal is to combine all those values in an uncertainty number, and then you use such uncertainty number so that you estimate how often my function is failing. That is at the end, my end goal, if I drive a car or if I am on an airplane or in a tractor. So that is the goal. Also this, we started more recently, and we plan to publish in summer in a couple of years. So this is the work ongoing. I hope you got the feeling of what we do, and that's my talk.
Thank you. So thank you, Dr. Ricardo, for apprising all of us here today regarding the work that is being done in SC42 with respect to approaching the functional safety part of AI through international standards, like you mentioned about the ISO-IC Technical Report 5469. Also, thank you for letting us know about the ongoing work which has been taken up by this technical committee regarding the technical specification 22440 series and the technical specification 25223 on guidance and requirements for uncertainty quantification in AI system, which is quite crucial. As we all know that data serves as the foundation of AI, making its standardization crucial for ensuring interoperability, reliability, and trust. To delve deeper into this important topic, I now invite Mr. David William Boyd, convener JTC1 SC42 WG2 on data, to lead his session on the AI data standardization ecosystem.
Thank you, and I appreciate the warm welcome we've gotten here. I am actually very honored to be the convener of WG2 because I get to work with some of the most dynamic experts who work through some of the most, I'm going to say, gnarly problems that exist with data today. As we look in here, I'm required by my company to give a disclaimer. The views expressed here are mine alone. They do not represent the views of my company, Parsons Corporation. And while I make every attempt here to reflect the consensus of working SC42 and WG2, any deviations are my fault and my fault alone. So why is data important? And a gentleman by the name of Clive Humby back in 2006 said, data is the new oil. And everyone kind of said, okay, yeah, it's all valuable and stuff like that, but why is it like oil? What's the difference there? Well, oil, when it comes out of the ground, is not very useful. And it's just a gooey mess, and do it. It's not useful in its raw form. But you have to refine it. And data is the same way. Raw data almost always needs things. It's stated in many cases, when you're planning an AI or ML machine learning system, plan on spending 90% of your time cleaning your data and getting your data together, 10% of the time actually training the model. And that is the truth on these things. The other issue is the value of data increases as it's refined for a specific purpose, just like oil. Oil, when I break it out into gasoline, benzene, those other components, it gets more valuable and sells for more. Data is the same way. As we refine it for specific purposes, a big chunk of raw data and text is not that useful. But if I refine it to say, oh, train a object recognition model in images, that's much more valuable. This one seems kind of weird. We are generating exabytes of data a day on the internet right now. And people are already worried about running out of good data. And I've seen studies out there that says by next year, we will actually be training a lot of these large language models on data generated by large language models. So, you know, we're recycling. This is a good thing for the environment. And at the same time, everyone is worried about the effect of all the model training on the environment. We've heard about the data center requirements for power, the heat generated, and those things. So all of those go into these things. But data is also finicky. And there's this concept called the butterfly effect that almost all of us have heard of it. Butterfly flaps its wings here in India, and we have an earthquake in California type thing. It has been said, though, that there's a lot of things about data, and this is where data comes in, because these models are very sensitive. How are the conditions it's the initial conditions that were set up in the data. Are there feedback loops? We talked previously about data coming out of AI models and going back into AI models. Data drifts. Data is not a static thing. If I'm training a model and I'm keeping it up to date based on sensor readings, say a weather model, and I've got some changes over the season there, well, that model's going to drift as new data comes in, and it's going to align differently. The other big thing about most AI models these days is they're non-deterministic. We all have worked with ChatGPT and other large language models, and what we understand is that I can put the same prompt in twice and get two different answers. The other thing that tends to happen, and I mentioned this also, is the hallucinations. If there's some piece of data that comes in here that associates, I don't know, flies on the wall with trees or something like that, your model can actually put those two things together because it's a probability statement and start spewing out things that, hey, flies on walls are important to trees. Those are the types of things that can happen here. So what we are trying to do in WG2 is build on an AI data ecosystem of standards. And I apologize for the poor slideology here. I failed art in kindergarten. I work with data, I work with numbers. They're very quantitative. Art is hard. And we build on not just AI standards, but a number of other basic standards to IT and software. Governance, systems and software engineering, data quality management, and governance implications of AI. But we have some really good, also foundational standards from SC42 in terms of our concepts and terminology and our framework for artificial intelligence. On top of this, WG2 has built a series of standards. We started out with, we have to understand that data has a life cycle. Just like software, data also is not static throughout the course of a system. And so we developed ISO 8183, the data lifecycle framework, to describe that life cycle. We'll get a little bit more into that. The other thing we've done is built up a series of standards on data quality. This is the 5259 series, and we'll talk a little bit more in detail about the importance of each of those. But all of those function just like the foundation of a house to hold up your AI program or system, and that they're critical. And if my data quality fails, my AI system can fail. If my governance of data fails, my AI system can fail. So they all come together there. So we talked about data having a life cycle, and it really does. There's a lot of things that go into it. You start out, you've got an idea out there. Well, hopefully every AI system, just like any other system, has business requirements. What am I trying to accomplish with this particular system? And then we get into the real hard part of data. What kind of data am I doing? Is the data available to even support what I want to do? This is a very hard problem, and I'll discuss one of the solutions to that later. But we also have to note that this life cycle is iterative. The first time I'm going to get my data, plan my data, and I'm going to get my data, and then I'm going to prepare my data, and then I'm going to build a model. And guess what? I'm going to do some validation and verification of that model, and it's not going to work, or it's not going to work well enough, and I need to improve it. So I've got to go back in and say, do I need to find more different data or more data? I have to acquire it, prepare it, and iterate through this all the time, validating and verifying both the model that's being built from the data as well as the system that runs the model. And the two go tightly together. You can't validate just the model, you have to validate the system that uses the model. If I screw up something that passes a prompt into a large language model and it corrupts the data going in there, well, guess what? That system is not going to work right. And people are going to blame it on the model, but it really was the system. So they have to be taken into concert together. The other thing is there's a lot of data generated by these systems, including output, logs, the outputs of things, and you must monitor and validate it. You have to understand how the system is working. This is how they find a lot of these things that are going on in our large language models today. Finally, just basic security. Data, like everything, needs to be properly disposed of at the end of system life. There may be privacy-oriented systems data in there, other types of things that have to be properly cleaned and disposed of. And it may be necessary to retain data used or generated by the system to meet audit requirements. This is a new one. You saw that there's a standard being developed in SC42 on logging for AI systems. This is an important aspect of these. Again, your test data has to be controlled, and as I mentioned before, small changes in test data can have big effects on the model. So, Peter Drucker, a very famous person from information technology, had a theory. If you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And the correlate to that is if you can't measure it, you can't improve it. How do you make it better? And this is with the focus of the 5259 series. At the center of this is our overview on terminology and examples, and it talks about how those things line up and how these other parts line up. Part 2 actually defines data quality measures. We go into great detail talking about the formulas and details to measure data quality. It is not exhaustive. It's very comprehensive, but there are measures that you are going to find that are specific to your AI system that you may need to specifically look at. But a lot of them relate to bias, how much data is biased in a certain way. And by the way, all data is biased. It may be biased to a perfect normal curve, but it is biased that way. The question is there unwanted bias in there? I need to have my data follow what the environment it's trying to model is. Part 3 talks about how I do data quality management. How do I establish these things? And we talked about the certification systems for AI and those things. This is something that goes into that process that says, how am I going to have a quality culture and think about management of the data? Then we talk about the data quality process framework. How do I go about executing my data quality throughout the life cycle of the project and go through that? And that's part 4. Part 5 is actually how I do data quality governance. Now I've got a quality culture, I've got competence and resources, I've got quality management, but do I actually govern the problem? Do I actually look to see my data's drifting, it's getting better, it's getting worse, what's happening? Or it's just changing. It doesn't have to be better or worse, it's just changing. Finally, I've got to be able to understand what I've done here, and this is where our data quality visualization comes in. And it provides concepts, frameworks, and techniques for all of those things. And as I mentioned, these standards apply across the life cycle. And this chart kind of lays out how those standards in the 5259 series fit together to support the overall life cycle, from the model itself to the measures, how I assess my data quality, how do I improve my data quality. We've all been through continuous process improvement, various other process improvement frameworks. Data is the same way. I have to have continuous improvement on this. What is my reporting? What do I need to have logged and know to report on things? And how do I manage this? And finally, and this is something that's very, very important, is data quality, data provenance. Where did this data come from? How did I get it? How was it licensed? Those things are very important. Sometimes we just say, oh, I got a big, nice bucket of data here. Well, great. Where did it come from? What controls were in existence when that data was generated? Makes it very, very important to having a stable, robust AI system. As I mentioned, we talked about data quality characteristics, and those are defined in part 2. And this chart shows some of those. There are inherent ones. How accurate is it? Is it complete? Did I miss an entire subgroup of my population that I'm trying to model? Is it consistent? Current? Did it come from a credible source? There's some system-dependent ones. Can I get at it? Is my use of this data compliant? For instance, in Europe, you have the GDPR. Very restrictive uses on how I can use certain personal data. Confidentiality, do I need to maintain these things? Is it precise enough? Traceability, where did it come from? A lot of others about availability, portability. And finally, there's things like auditability. Can I audit what my data is? Is it balanced? Does it have the diversity I need? Not that it's diverse, but is it the diversity I need? If I'm modeling a non-diverse item, say the population of an area, and I know that population is 75% Hispanic and 20% Anglo-Saxon and 5% African American, then I need my data to follow that same kind of balance if I'm going to actually effectively model it. Otherwise, I'm going to come up with things. And there's been a lot of issues shown up, especially in the field of biometrics, where the training data population was not reflective of the population being measured, and it created some issues. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, but the data lifecycle model and the data quality process framework fit together hand in hand, and they drive together, and the entire thing encompasses data quality management. Finally, I have to be able to make people understand what the issues are with my data, and this is where visualization comes in. The good news is this working draft on visualization hopefully will go out as a draft technical report after this plenary. We're finalizing the changes on that. But how do I examine these properties? And people talk about data exploration. This even gets into that aspect a bit. I have to explore my data and understand it as I'm getting ready to use it. We've got a number of other items going on right now within WG2. We're doing some work now on synthetic data. This is a very, very critical and important thing because a lot of software right now, I can't gather the real data necessary to do it. It's very, very hard to get real data, actually sample certain animals in the wild. If it's a rare animal, how do I sample it? Things like synthetic data, synthetic image generation are going a long way to help those things. We're looking at model profiles. How do I describe data about a model? Now, I've pumped all this data in, and there's all those things going on, but now I have to describe data about a model, and we have standards and reports working on that. So hopefully that gives you a good overview of how we use data in WG2. My email is on the slides. Feel free to email me with any questions or follow-up, and I look forward to working with some of you in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David, for sharing your insights on the importance of data with respect to AI standardization, the importance of the AI data lifecycle, the data quality, and how the standards in the AI data system is working. As we move on, we'll now discuss about trustworthiness. Trust is a fundamental pillar of AI adoption, ensuring that systems operate reliably, ethically, and transparently. To shed light on this critical aspect of trustworthiness, I now invite Dr. David Phillip, convener of JTC1 SC42 WG3, to present his session on trustworthiness in artificial intelligence.
Hello everyone, it's a great honor to present in this workshop. So I understand we are almost out of time. I am between you and the tea and coffee. Anyways, let's jump into it. So this is my standardization credentials. Like, you know, I want to present somewhat wider view, like maybe JTC1 point of view, where I also serve as the AG14 system integration facilitator. That means going into different other committees, you know, and integrating the work. So this will be, standardization activities on the trustworthiness of AI. And I will briefly explain about the regulatory demand for trustworthy AI, and then dive deep through the JTC1 structure to SC42 Working Group 3 trustworthiness. So regulators create demand for trustworthy AI standardization. They have good reasons for that. They do it on behalf of their stakeholders, including citizens and consumers. Regulation should be technology agnostic. And so, you know, for a regulator, it shouldn't matter how you committed a crime or, you know, how you got out of bound. You know, if you used eggs or gun, it's still a crime, right? And same with, you know, if you discriminate against people using Excel sheets or AI, it's still a problem, right? And sometimes there are somewhat naive expectations from AI. AI can kind of come and solve issues. But the problem is, you know, as Dave, you know, I really love Dave's presentation. You know, Dave explains a lot about how data works, right? And so the data about, you know, about society reflects a lot of systemic problems that have been building up for ages. And, you know, the systems often amplify and repeat, you know, problems that already existed in the society. And you cannot simply, you know, solve it by saying, oh, AI should not discriminate, whatever. So there is, of course, political pressure to regulate AI. But I want to explain one important thing for technical standardization of trustworthiness. This is my firm belief, and I think it's been also JTC1 consensus, as I will show later, that if you are running a technical standardization body group on trustworthiness, you can talk about trustworthiness, but not about trust. Trust is in the mind of people, right? Like it is a psychological or even religious context. What we actually standardize in a group such as mine is this notion of bag of properties, bag of evidence, how a system satisfies some characteristics that we decided are making these systems good for us, right? Like reliable, trustworthy, safe, secure, privacy preserving, not applying unwanted bias. All these things make up trustworthiness together. But what we are doing is looking into the system, what objective properties the system has that make the system satisfy, right? The model. And we are not looking into why people trust it, because people trust things very often not for good reasons. So JTC1 is a standardization authority in IT since 1987. I will not go, so yeah, I explained I have several more roles in JTC1. One of them is the system integration facilitator. Here also Ireland head of delegation, liaison of 42 to working group 13, trustworthiness, there's a JTC1 level group. And yeah, this is just the list of the system integration entities that currently exist in JTC1, and 42 is highlighted. And system integration entity is a committee that owns important horizontal technology paradigm and is responsible not only for describing it, standardizing it, but also for helping with the technology across the ecosystem. In the rest of the JTC1, in IEC, ISO, and in any other SDOs that are interested, in getting that help. So notions like joint working groups, liaisons, enhanced liaisons, those are very important. The working group 13, trustworthiness, produced one important technical specification back in 2022, and this is actually vocabulary standard, so it means it's completely available as preview. You don't have to buy it. Basically, the whole vocabulary is available as preview and this is active link to it actually. And it defines trustworthiness, and it defines trustworthiness in the fashion that I just explained, as a bag of properties that make the system good for you. So trustworthiness is an ability to meet stakeholders' expectations in a verifiable way. So there are two kind of load-bearing components of this definition. One is stakeholders. So you have to see it in context, like for whom you do the system, right? Like and stakeholder is pretty much everyone, who is affected. They don't even have to know, and they don't need to state the requirements. And but the other important aspect of it is verifiability. So you need to be able to prove, bring evidence. You have to have logs, or even if if it's post-market surveillance, you have to have proof in form of logs, etc. But if it's design, you kind of need to show, some foresight. Will it verifiably not deteriorate people's conditions, for instance? So verifiable is a key word. And there are other words like measurability, and this is even, so for the purpose of this definition, we consider measurability a special case of verifiability. You could think about verifiability as, measure where you have only two values, true or false, like binary, right? But measurability is you have a scale or metrics or measure that is more sophisticated than just binary yes or no. So some of the top-level characteristics that are mentioned in the Working Group 13 vocabulary are accountability, accuracy, authenticity, availability, controllability, integrity, privacy, resilience, robustness, safety, security, transparency, usability. So all these properties, we are looking at them in Working Group 3. We have a road mapping activity, we do gap analysis, and we do basically deep dives. We published only one publication that is called Trustworthiness. That was our initial trustworthiness technical report. Every other document we produce is some deep dive into that. With an exception, we have a Square extension for AI. This is basically, Dave mentioned actually Square quite prominently. This is an SC7 series of standards on quality models for software. And our 25059, it actually develops a quality model for AI systems on top of the requirements for the traditional software system. So I have 42 statistics. I will not go there. While covered that, 42 groups. This is another very useful link. You can filter through the whole 42 program there. And finally, working group 3. I will just stop here for a bit on these statistics. So my group has, last I checked, we had 700 experts registered. We have currently 10 active projects. We have 11 published projects, which is basically a third of the 42 program. We have under development 15 projects. Just to explain the discrepancy between 15 and 10, not everything under development is active. Projects can be under ballot, etc. So we have currently 11 lead editors, 2 road mapping co-conveners. I have great support from NSAI National Body Secretary Adi Mohan. And I will not, the rest of the slides is basically deep dive into our program. I will not cover that, but I hope the slides will be made available for the participants, and it all has active links, you know, to the relevant documents. So the slides are organized from publications, 60/60, that's the international harmonized stage, right? So 60/60 are all publications. Well, one of the prominent ones that Weil mentioned is 23894 that we published 2023. This is the risk management standard. In 2021, this was the only standard overview of trustworthiness, yeah. The 2020 publication, this is the only publication that we made that actually has trustworthiness in name. And the Square series I just mentioned, 25059, this is our extent. So this defines our AI-specific models. It is under revision because we are adding service quality models. And 25058, this is about evaluating this. And we are planning to propose second edition now that will add actually measurements, which is a very important step towards conformity assessment, because you cannot really do conformity assessment without the requirements, verifiability, and measurability. Okay, that's it. So it's organized through the stages up to the road mapping group that produces new items. You can use it as a resource, hopefully. And here are my contacts, my standardization email, my LinkedIn profile. Feel free to communicate. I actually react better to LinkedIn direct messages than email. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. David, for sharing important information on the regulatory demand for trustworthy AI and the standardization work that is being undertaken by the Working Group 3 of JTC1 SC42 with respect to trustworthiness in AI. With this comprehensive session, in which our esteemed experts talked about conformity assessment of AI systems, functional safety, AI data standardization ecosystem, and trustworthiness, we now take a very short break. Please join us for tea and coffee. It will be served at the Charminar Hall. As we refresh and network with our fellow participants, we request everyone to reconvene at 4:15 sharp. Before we go for the tea and coffee, I would request Srimati Reena Garg to present mementos to our esteemed dignitaries. Thank you, esteemed speakers. Now we'll break for a short break and we'll reconvene at 4:15 sharp for our next session. Thank you.
here are some small cycle, and this is a large cycle. So this architecture corresponds to this double cycle agile governance. And to enforce this kind of governance or management of AI system, maybe some standard, possibly harmonized standard for EU AI Act would be useful by requiring the organization to allow this PDS to store maximally all the logs of AI system behavior. In the context of Europe, this could be supported by GDPR and the EU Data Act. And also, the data, accumulated log data, should be 100% used for the sake of evaluating and selecting actions of services like this. That's the primary use of the log in this AI system. Also, this could allow secondary use of log data. So these people, data users and data system providers, can collect anonymized data from each AI system to come up with new data and systems to be provided to AI system. That's a secondary use. Okay, if this framework is established and you can trust your personal AI, then there are two good news. One is, if PAI mediates services, then you can put an end to so-called attention economy and surveillance capitalism because of this. Service mediation consists of retrieval and execution of services. If retrieval can cover all the goods and services, then there is no advertisement necessary anymore, which annihilates, which makes fake news and echo chambers commercially meaningless, right? So, and also in the stage of execution, the user interface is provided not by service provider, but PAI, which means so-called dark patterns that are staged by service providers are void, right? So as a whole, there will be no fake news, echo chambers, and no dark patterns. That means online behavior modification, manipulation would disappear due to this personal AI mediation of services. And that means attention economy and surveillance capitalism will end. So that's the first good news. The second news is, of course, if PAI is properly managed, then each of us would trust our personal AI and allow it to fully utilize my data, your data. That would maximize the added value of personal AI. That's it. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Hasida-san, for your insightful presentation on Japan's AI governance framework. Your perspectives on agile AI implementation provide valuable takeaways for all of us. As we continue exploring global AI governance, we now turn our focus to India's approach to the AI regulation and development. India has been making significant strides in shaping a robust and responsible AI ecosystem. To provide deeper insights into this, I now invite Mrs. Kavita Bhatia, Scientist G and Group Coordinator, AI and Emerging Technology Division, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to share her perspectives on India AI mission and the governance of AI.
Thank you, and it's my privilege to be here amongst august gathering. every country has followed a different approach, and we in India have followed a very unique and a democratized way of doing AI and innovation across AI. In this regard, India AI mission, which must have been heard by all of you, has been a very important pillar of the whole of government approach. This mission has been approved in March last year, basically meant to democratize AI innovation ecosystem and AI technologies and build a regulation in such a way that we don't throttle innovation, we promote innovation. This mission has 7 pillars which are very critical in order to develop the entire AI ecosystem when we talk about this whole innovation ecosystem. The first and foremost is the compute, which is a very strong and an important pillar for any country to build AI solutions on it. You must have heard that various countries have built so much of compute so that they are ranked among top 5. In fact, when we came up this, without this mission, we were ranked around 110 or something. As soon as we created our own GPU compute, which was very small, 656, but it improved and brought our ranking from 100 plus to 75th. So with that in the background, we thought that we can create at least 10,000 GPUs. We have followed a very innovative approach to this building of the GPUs. We have followed an approach where we very closely work with the industry. We have brought around 10 industry players who have committed to provide compute, and we have got around 14,000 compute. And the best part and the innovative approach has helped us to bring the compute time, which was around $2 GPU time per hour, has come down to less than $1, which is 67 rupees per GPU hour, which is roughly around 60% less compared to the global market price. This was the first step which we have taken, and this is not the end. We are continuously taking a step. We will be bringing more compute. As of now, we have 14,000, but we have already opened an RFE where we hope to get around 5,000 to 6,000 more GPUs so that we can touch 20,000. This will also bring a lot of innovation in our country, plus will improve our ranking in the entire world ranking with respect to the GPU. The second pillar is the India AI innovation, which talks about creating Indian LLMs rather than we all have been using the open source LLMs, which have been trained on the data which is not Indian. So we thought of, in order to have our own LLMs, we need to very closely work with the research community so that we can build our own LLM, which have been trained on the Indian culture and the Indian data. We opened an expression of interest, and as on date we have received 187, which have been categorized in around 40% in the large language models and the 60% are the small language models, which are basically in various domains. The process of evaluation is going on, but we have a target to shortly announce at least few to start with, and this will be continuing for the next 6 months so that we have a decent numbers of LLMs which can be created within 1 year, so that India can also have our own LLM trained on Indian data sets. The next and the very important when we talk about AI, which is the data sets pillar. Already work has been done. Various ministries are collecting data for any initiative they have been taking, but all these data sets are maybe not AI ready, 1. 2, they may not be available into the researcher community or the startups community, so that can be utilized fruitfully so that an innovation can happen. So in that regard, we have created AI Kosh. This has been launched 6th of March. This is a platform which is very unique. This is not only bringing data sets, but will also bring the open source models, either developed by our own departments or the government or the researchers. Will also make a provision for the startups to come and test these models. We have a developer suite also available. There will be also tools which will also help them to anonymize the data, see the frameworks will be there to see how the models are behaving on the data, and they can accordingly take a concrete decision whether this is the right way to go forward on that. As on launch, as I said, the launch has been just roughly 1 month back. We have already brought 323 data sets from 10 organizations, 10 states. We have 159 models and a lot of frameworks and protocols available onto this platform. We are in the process of bringing more, but this is just not what we are stopping. This is just the beginning. The fourth pillar of the India AI mission is the India AI application development pillar, because our main focus is to have AI for all. And that focus, with that focus, we had opened an innovation challenge in 5 themes: health, agriculture, assistive learning, climate change, and adaptive technologies, where we had got 900 applications and 30 have been already selected. We are taking them for the national rollout with the very close coordination with the states and the central ministry. These will be rolled out so that they can be implemented at a national scale. We have also worked very closely with Ministry of Home Affairs for their cybercrime, because they get around 6,000 cybercrime reports daily basis, and they're not able to categorize and they take a right decision on those cyber crimes. So they had asked us to help them. We have identified an algorithm for them so that they can categorize the application and take a proactive decision based on that. The next pillar, which is the skilling pillar, which is very important aspect, because no country can go ahead if they don't have a strong skilled man force. So in that regard, we have started a fellowship program for the BTech, MTech and PhD, where we will be supporting the students who are very close working with AI technologies. Already around 200 students have been supported. They are working on an innovative AI technology solutions, and we are also creating skill sets at the tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because we know that majority skills is in the tier 1 cities, but we need to penetrate to the cities where there is skills available, but they need to be nurtured. So we have created data labs where we will be training them on data curation and data annotation, because that is the area we think is going to be the next boom coming. And because when it has been said that AI comes where there is a lot of dislocation of the jobs, but it also creates new jobs. So the new jobs will be data labeling, data curation and data annotation. For that, we have already taken a step. We are creating, and we have also tied up with the industry organization who are helping us, and by the end of 5 years, we are sure to create around 150,000 skills in data labeling, data annotation and data curation, which can be easily tapped by the private organizations for giving them the responsibility of curating the data which they are collecting. The sixth pillar is the India AI startup pillar, where we will be supporting and hand-holding our startup ecosystem, because we already, as on date, have 105 unicorns, but that is not what we want to stop. We want to have more DTEP unicorns in this area. So we will be supporting them in their entire journey of pre-seed, seed, and market. We are working on the fund of fund, but already we have started a very new program where we will be taking 10 deep tech AI startups to France, where we will be giving them 4-month learning so that they can also tap the European market along with the Indian market. So this program is going to commence from 7th of April this month. Yeah. And the last, and which is the most important pillar of the entire mission, is safe and trusted. As I said, that every country is taking a step with regard to AI governance depending upon what. We wanted to have a pro-innovation and a balanced approach. For that regard, this pillar is a very critical and an important pillar. I'll talk about this pillar in the next slide, because I wanted to just touch upon what are the challenges currently the new technologies bring. This technology is so much of fast changing that it brings so much of challenges, like complex AI models which pose new risks, which as of now no one knows what risks the new model will bring in. They are not having a lack of standards and frameworks currently available, though I know BIS is working, we are very closely working with BIS, but standards currently, whatever is there, it is not sufficient. There is also lack of trust among the AI systems in the entire ecosystem, and the risk generally is not restricted to only India. It does not have any national boundaries. Any model from anywhere can pose any risk to any country. So these are the various risks which we need to mitigate, and safe and trusted pillar of the entire mission will cater to that. And that regard, in this AI France Summit, we have announced that we have created our AI Safety Institute, which will work in a hub and spoke model, which means that entire thing will not be done by this Safety Institute which we have created. It will also connect to the entire research ecosystem and the entire industry organization system which is also working in this area. So this will work very closely in tandem with academic institutes, startups, government agencies, research institutes and civil society, so that we can build cohesively the entire AI safety norms, frameworks and principles which are required for our country. The objective, as I've already mentioned, is that we will ensure that we establish the AI principles which will not cause any harm to the user. It will look from the prism of the user that no harm is created to him. We will very closely work on the indigenous tools, technologies, benchmark, so that the solution which comes to the market is following the AI principles. It will also coordinate with the standard setting body, because as I said, that the entire thing will not be done by the whole institute, but it will work very closely with the other organizations who are working in the similar lines. It will also establish frameworks, guidelines and best practices which we have learned in the implementation, which we will also support the states and industries and organizations so that they can also implement those frameworks and principles, so that they can create solution which is not biased, not having any harm to the user. It will also, the most important thing of this whole institute is that it will create regulatory capacity building, because various domains is what we are working in, like finance domains, health domain, agriculture domain. We need to build the capacity building of the regulatory body who will be able to ensure that whatever the solution comes in that domain is fair and follows the principles. So we need to very clearly build the regulatory capacity building so that no AI solution is having any risk to the user. And it will also build the partnership with the other international institutes of Safety Institute. In fact, we are also the initial signatory of the Hiroshima AI process. We are also signed on that, and we are very closely working with UK, France and Korea, who have already built their AI Safety Institute. We are very closely collaborating so that we can have the entire learning from them, so that we can implement what is adapted and what is suitable for our country. And most important, it will also help us to improve our AI readiness for the next generations to come. In that regard, this institute has already taken 8 important projects. This has been selected based on a thorough and a very a lot of response. 2,000 proposals had come. It was very difficult for us to select, but we have selected 8 projects which are themes in itself, like machine learning, which is very important when we want to train and retrain a model which has been trained, which is having a biased data, so we need to retrain. So this theme is very important. The next theme is synthetic data generation. Many times the organizations tell us that the data which they have used to train is not sufficient and they're not able to get the data. Like for example, the data in Indian old mythological principles, they are not available. So how can we generate? So synthetic data generation will help them to use those data, use the good data to generate more data so that they can train their models, so that the models can give the more better output. AI bias mitigation, this will only look into the health sector. This is not for the entire domain, but it will look into the healthcare sector so that no bias is there in the health sector. Explainable AI, which is also will work on the explainable and privacy preservation and the security aspects of the solution. Privacy enhancing strategy will build the robust privacy preserving machine learning models so that this can be used by organizations to develop their solutions. AI ethical certification framework, this is a tool for assessing the fairness of AI models. These are all in the development stage. Within 8 to 10 months, they will be out and they will be published onto the AI Kosha platform so that these tools can be used by anyone who's wanting to test their solutions. The next is the AI algorithm auditing tool. It's an open source framework toolkit for a participative algorithm auditing because you can audit your algorithm. And eighth is very important, AI governance testing framework, which will test the transparency risk assessment context of a LLM. We have also already floated another 5 themes where we have got around 420 applications. These themes are also very important when we talk about deepfake, watermarking, labeling, ethical framework, AI risk assessment management, stress testing, how much load can your models can take, so that is also there, and deepfake detection tools. These are the 5 themes which we have already, as an AI Safety Institute, floated so that we can work on these themes also for the next 1 year. As I said that every country takes their own principles, our IT Act, which has been created in 2000 and amended very recently, looks into the obligations the platforms and the intermediaries has, and more or less every aspect which we think the risk posed by AI can be catered substantially with this act, because the rules very clearly say that the platforms should not have AI to host, display, upload, modify, publish, transmit any unlawful content. And if we feel that these are there, then there are certain penalties and some safeguards being removed from their organization. Use of AI should not promote bias, discrimination, and undertested and unreliable models should have very clear disclaimer so that the user know that these are still under testing and they may give wrong or misinformation so that it cannot hallucinate the users who are using those things. And there are a lot of penalties for publishing unlawful content, and they might also, in case they are caught and they are not been able to justify why they have done, they can get, their accounts can be suspended, they can be removed, and there can be a legal action. And most important, that AI generated content should also have label, metadata, and identifier. This is very important for the traceability perspective because we need to know who is the origin of this kind of a data. So the IT Act and the rules which have been mandated covers most of it, so no new regulation is required. As I said that we have already followed an pro-innovation and techno-legal approach. We have already created an multi-government or multi-stakeholder advisory committee under the PSA, where the approach of the entire AI governance has been put in place, which is what we have been following. We are very closely working with BIS, TEC for fairness assessment framework so that the standards which are very critical and are required upfront can be immediately developed. And we have also the signatory of the UNESCO readiness assessment framework. Now we are working with them so that we can implement that framework to the entire country. We will be able to assess the readiness of the states. We can identify what are the gaps in each and every state so that we can handhold the states in mitigating and closing those gaps, and we can have a good improvement in our entire AI readiness index. This is what I had to mention, and any questions, if there are, I am ready to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your enlightening presentation on India AI mission and India's governance strategy on implementation of artificial intelligence. As we move forward, our next focus is on Singapore, a global leader in establishing a structured and progressive AI governance framework. With a strong emphasis on ethics, transparency, and accountability, Singapore's approach serves as a model for responsible AI deployment. I now invite Mr. Benjamin, Senior Manager, Infocom Media Development Authority, to share his insights on Singapore's AI governance approach.
Okay, thank you everyone. Sorry, let's move this. Okay, I'm just going to share a bit about our approach to AI governance here in Singapore. I think first to contextualize what we're doing, Singapore launched our National AI Strategy 2.0, very similar to India's India AI as well. The whole point of this is to harness AI for public good for Singapore and the world. We really believe that AI should be used to uplift individuals, communities, and society at large. So there's 10 enablers on the screen, ranging from industry, government, research, talent, capabilities, basically things that all of us are very familiar with. But I'd like to highlight at the bottom third, that's, well, shaded in red outline, trusted environment. We believe that trusted environment, and this is where AI governance sits in, plays a very important, vital role in driving AI for the public good. We believe that, you know, innovation and safety and trust are not at odds with each other. In fact, they are mutually enforcing. It's a virtuous cycle, right? If people trust their AI product, they trust their system, they will use it. And they will only just use it, they will adopt it, they will innovate with it. So we believe that that's a virtuous cycle that we should facilitate, and this is where we believe AI governance and the trusted environment sits in. Our approach to AI governance, like what I said, trusted AI ecosystem to maximize benefits to society and the economy. How do we do this? We put in place guardrails, and these guardrails are really to protect the public interest, building trust, and really creating that maximal space for innovation. At the same time, we recognize that capabilities far outpace safety and governance. Every week, whether another government does a new framework, corporate lab issues a new product, something happens every week. Governance, safety needs to catch up. Right, so how we do it is through agile adaptive policies that are calibrated to risk. The other thing is we also put in place practical tools, and you'll hear me repeat this over and over again. We believe that beyond putting in place frameworks, it's important to work with industry to provide practical, pragmatic tools to help them uplift themselves for safe and responsible AI. And lastly, partnerships. I think that's why I'm here today, to talk with everyone so we can engage with each other, industry, academia, and other governments. So how do we address AI risks? Firstly, Singapore doesn't have a horizontal AI law, right? At this point in time, we believe that the first step is really to understand we don't operate in a vacuum. There's already existing legislation that's already in place, tech neutral, that can protect against specific AI harms. And we take the position of examining these very closely to see if they are sufficient to cater towards AI and updating them if necessary. So to give an example, in Singapore we have the Personal Data Protection Act, and thus last year we issued advisory guidance and guidelines to say how does AI relate to personal data. So that's one example of saying we already have an act in place to protect against a specific risk or harm on personal data disclosure, and we say that can we provide guidance to industry on this. But we don't shy away from introducing new legislation if need be. Just recently this year we also passed a bill on elections and deepfakes, right? So it's more targeted towards specific risk, and we take that approach. Beyond that, like what I mentioned, practical tools to address AI-specific issues. Beyond frameworks, we have released open-source toolkits, testing toolkits for both traditional and generative AI, which I'll share a bit later. Thirdly, investment in research. This is really upstream research through our AI Safety Institute work, really saying that how can we tackle the latest issues with regard to AI safety. Lastly, inclusive international engagement. So here's the triangle. All right, we believe that you need policy, research, and industry all to come together. If you're not coordinated, if you're messy, things, you know, we can't really focus our energies on really pinpointing and tackling the key issues. So policy making, this is what government does. Government sets the broad direction and the strategic direction and the resources to corral the ecosystem. We work with the research community through our Singapore AI Safety Institute. We work with industry. Industry is not just a recipient of regulation or guidelines. To us, they are a partner that works with us to co-develop, co-iterate, and build this together. And we do this through the AI Verify Foundation. I'll have slides on this later. So to start off, that triangle, first part is policy. This is our 2x2. We always start off with the framework first. So top left-hand box, traditional AI. We were one of the first countries in the world to start off by issuing the Model Government's Framework for AI in 2019, sets out a series of guidelines towards organizations, how do you develop and deploy responsible AI. Right, after the framework, we always move on to practical testing tools. We launched AI Verify in 2023. It is open source, it's free to download on GitHub. Right, it's really our way to say, hey, industry, this is your way. A framework gives you guidance, tools help you to do it. That's for traditional AI. Same strategy for Gen AI. Right, we launched our model governance framework for Gen AI in 2024 that provides the broad overview of what are some of the considerations with regard to thinking about Gen AI and safety and governance. We followed it up in 2024 with Project Moonshot, which is similarly an open source testing toolkit for LLMs. And all of this will be covered in the future slides, so let's move on from here. This is the 9 dimensions in our model AI governance framework for Gen AI. Right? I'm not going to go into each one in turn because they'll take too long, but the essence and the spirit of this is that we see it as broadly 9 different dimensions that you need to take into account. We believe that no one is a silver bullet. It has to be looked at holistically, right? It ranges from issues such as accountability, recognizing that Gen AI has a wider supply chain, and because of that, how do we think about putting in place the proper structures, not just technical, but legal mechanisms to apportion accountability when something goes wrong. Talks about data, right, both personal data, copyright, data quality, talks about incident reporting when something goes wrong, what do we do? Testing and assurance, how do we build up a third-party testing ecosystem to ensure that there's objective, valid testing that can be done through AI systems, security, content provenance, safety and alignment R&D, AI for the public good. Snapshot, you can download this. It's only about 25 pages, so not that long. Hopefully it provides you with a snapshot of what we think about in Singapore. Going on to our open source testing toolkits, AI Verify. It's a testing framework as well as a software toolkit. Right? It has more than 90 process checks. This is based on international recognized ethical principles. They're very familiar with you: transparency, explainability, safety, security, robustness, a lot of the things that actually Working Group 3 does here in SC42. There's also a software toolkit where we put together the latest state of the science with regard to what can be algorithmically tested, fairness, explainability, and robustness, and we build these tests within AI Verify. So if you combine both the process checklist and your technical tests, a testing report comes out of it that shows you how you have fared, right? We recognize that there's no point to build a toolkit in isolation given that there's so many other frameworks out there. So what we've also actively sought to do is to map these to international frameworks that are out there. The NIST AI Risk Management Framework is one, 42001, which many of you are familiar with, is the other. We've crossed-out with them. And G7 Code of Conduct, which I think my Japanese colleague here also presented earlier, we have mapped AI Verify with the G7 COC as well to ensure that it's interoperable with each other. So that's AI Verify traditional AI. Gen AI, we launched Project Moonshot. It evaluates LLMs. It provides a platform to evaluate LLMs via benchmarking and automated rate teaming. Right? Through benchmarking, it can facilitate benchmarking at scale, streamlining it. Right? It doesn't just provide an option for you, but we are building a repository, right, of key open source public benchmarks ranging from safety to capabilities to multicultural testing data sets. We're constantly trying to curate this so that if you're an organization that wants to test, you don't know how to test, you come here, there are cookbooks and recipes to help you test this for your application. Right? Automated rate teaming, we recognize human-based rate teaming is very laborious and intensive. It provides you with, through fine-tuned small language models, they will take the persona, let's say, of a hacker, of a criminal like persona, it will generate adversarial prompts, right, that can be used to test another LLM. So this is still in beta stage, open source, but we're trying to curate and build this up as we go along. And all this, if you remember my triangle, right, AI Verify Foundation is the nexus between policy and industry. It has more than 180 organizations around the world, constantly growing. Actually, every week or every time I share this, the number increases. This is our industry consortium, right? ranging the members there, very familiar names out there, from big tech, model developers, app deployers, third-party testers, right? The whole point of this is to say, can we work with industry? Can we crowd in capabilities, resources, know-how to build better policies, to build better toolkits, to be able to work to really build up and to build a third-party testing ecosystem in a more robust way as well. That photo over there is our 1-year anniversary actually in May last year. So we are reaching 2 years very, very soon. If any organization wants to join, please speak to me after that as well. Happy to discuss with you how you can join the AI Verify Foundation. Just to talk very quickly on our Singapore AI Safety Institute as well. We launched this last year. We have a policy arm which really talks about the broad direction setting of what we want to do. And that's also the arm that reaches out with other AI safety institutes, whether it's Japan, India, or Australia, right? We've also, our Singapore AC also does engineering work, augmenting our testing toolkits, translating research into practical solutions, as well as on its own conducting testing in specific areas which governments should care about. We also have a research and development arm which talks about conducting research very similar to what India presented, machine learning, mechanistic interpretability, privacy preserving AI training, key topics which we need to focus on as well. Right, and the last part here I just want to share, we co-lead with Japan, the testing and evaluation track in the international AC network, and this is really where we've actually worked together. Singapore and Japan have led the last 2 joint testing exercises in the network. We presented the findings in November last year as well as February this year. The focus of these joint testing exercises is not to evaluate which model is better, which is worse. It's to build up the science of AI testing and the methodology of how to do it in a robust, standardized way. We've done a few things here. First joint testing, simple, well-known benchmarks, hallucination, academic capabilities. We tested on GSM-8K and Squad 2.0. Second joint testing, we were a bit more ambitious. We did multilingual evaluations, particularly on AI safety. 5 harm categories across 10 languages. We corralled the network to say, how can we test this first time ever, right, to translate languages, to translate prompts into specific languages, and to test them in 5 specific harm categories. Beyond that, we have also sought to work to seed work in regional safety, and we conducted a red teaming challenge late last year, the world's first ever multicultural, multilingual AI safety red teaming challenge. 9 participating countries, including India, came together to really say, how can we jailbreak 4 different LLMs, right? We got everyone in the same room. Let's think about what are some prompts that we can use, right? Focus specifically on harmful bias, both for the English language as well as for regional languages, and taking into account cultural nuances. The findings are, well, there's a QR code there if you want to scan the report to find out what are some of the very interesting findings that we have. But from this, we seek to scale this up. IMDA, which is where I come from, is thinking of different ways to automate testing, building up cultural bias taxonomy, as well as other areas to really see how we can work together. In fact, I think India AI is thinking also of doing something similar to the red teaming challenge that we have done. Standards, we have to talk about standards because this is SC42 as well. Right, AI Verify is extensible. This allows it to be updated to incorporate international standards. And we have more than 90 process checks. We are updating it to include GenAI at this point in time. As well as ISO IC for 2001, we've crosswalked it, I mentioned, with AI Verify. And, together with, countries like Australia, we've sought to localize for 2001 into a Singapore standard. We did it this year. We believe this is an important signal to the industry that, hey, this is an important thing to take note of as well, right? We also believe that our work in testing and evaluation serves as very important pre-standardization foundational material. Whether it's our joint testing exercises in our AC network, our red teaming challenge, and we've actually, most recently, a few weeks ago, just proposed a new work item, really on quality assessment of prompt-based text-to-text systems that utilize GenAI. That is a mouthful, but really what the intent there is really to say, how can we provide testing methodologies, including benchmarking and red teaming, given the huge industry demand for really standardized ways of doing these things. I'm ending soon, but just to also share that in the international space, we also have developed an AI playbook for small states. The very first one, Singapore is a co-convener of the Digital Forum of Small States at the UN, 108 countries. We launched this in September last year. It's an anthology of best practice. We didn't want this to be, okay, this is Singapore's view, please follow. We put together best practices from different small states that face similar challenges and say, how have you successfully deployed, developed AI in your specific sphere? Version 1.0 has 17 case studies across major geographies. It is a living document, and the chapter's out there. QR code is there as well. Scan it. This one I think is maybe 30 pages, but there's a lot of pictures, so the content is shorter than that. You can take a read. You should finish it in like half an hour or less. My last slide. All this is saying that we are trying to contribute to global norms. Singapore's a small state, but we try our best to do something to help contribute in the international arena in AI governance and safety. Interoperability, I won't go further there. We've mapped and crossed out with many players. We seek to actively do it more. Building consensus, we lead work in ASEAN as well. We have launched the ASEAN Guide on AI Governance and Ethics for traditional AI. We launched another one for Gen AI just 3 months ago. We lead a work group on AI governance in ASEAN. I talked about DFOS, OECD, UN, GPay. I've also talked about the network of AI safety institutes. But yes, this is our approach to AI governance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Benjamin, for walking us through the governance landscape of AI regulation in Singapore. As we continue our exploration of global AI governance, we now turn our attention to Australia. With a strong focus on ethical AI deployment and responsible innovation, Australia's governance framework plays a crucial role in shaping AI policies and practices. I now invite Mr. Ali Akbari, Director of AI Practice, Gradient Institute, Australia, to provide insights on the governance framework of AI and related activities in Australia.
Full screen? Yes.
Good afternoon. So I'm going to tell you about how Australia at the national level is dealing with AI governance and more specifically regulation of AI. I also want to connect it to standards, which is the main reason we are all here together. So there is a lot of details to share, but luckily I have thought about you ahead of time. So I have very little and very high level overview only, and I'm happy to share more details if you are interested after the session. So Australia recognizes 42001 as a key point, as an anchor point to enable interoperability of AI governance and guardrails at the international level. So one of the first things that after publish of 42001 Australia done was to do an identical adoption in Australia. We have already localized 42001 with the help of Standards Australia, which is the equivalent of BIS in Australia. But just adoption itself is not enough. We need to ensure that industry understands it and also applies it and deploys it. So Standards Australia is closely supported by the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, the Australian government. Australian government in 2021 established National AI Centre in order to support and further accelerate Australian AI industry and for the benefit of all Australians. So directly, National AI Centre works and collaborates with the Standards Australia, and in the past 12 months, they had run a lot of different programs and activities in order to ensure after adoption of
42001, actually it is benefiting the industry and they can implement it. Here are some examples of the activities that was organized, co-organized together between the Standards Australia and National AI Centre in past 12 months. They have run a series of workshops in person and invited a wide range of industry organizations from government to private sector, large organizations, small enterprises, and local businesses in order to educate them and increase the awareness about the 42001, what it is and what are its benefits and how they can implement that. This series of workshops so far, they have been delivered in Melbourne, Sydney, Brisbane, and the next session soon will be delivered in Perth. The committee members, the AI experts of Australian AI Committee who are also present here, they have directly participated and delivered these sessions. So it ensures that it is delivered by those who exactly understand ins and outs of these standards and how it can be directly implemented and how it relates to other standards. So far, more than 150 different delegates from different industries have participated in these workshops. And also, in parallel, National AI Centre, together with Standards Australia and Australian National University, they have developed a 2-hour e-learning course. So everybody interested in the industry, they can do it as self-learning in the self-managed pace as they require. So far, we have more than 300 participants went through this educational course, and they have gotten more familiar with how to adopt the standard. And finally, in Australia, this standard was very welcomed by the industry. There are several organizations who have already adopted and implemented the standard, and there are a few others who are exploring and working on its implementation. So these are all from the standards perspective and how it impacts the Australian industry. And what about the more broader government perspective, AI governance, and also regulatory lens? In Australia, we don't have an AI Safety Institute yet, but Australian government directly collaborate with a few trusted organizations who are experts in the area of AI, and also they have familiarity with standards and governance. On top right, you can see a few of those. CSIRO Data 61 is a research arm of the government, and also the Data 61 is their subset, which have a focus on data and specifically AI systems and such. UTS, Human Technology Institute, is another organization specialized both in the legal side as well as the technical AI side, and then Gradient Institute. So these all together directly collaborate with the National AI Centre in the government. And also all of these three organizations, they have active members in the AI Committee of Standards Australia. So it's a triangle that connects the standardization with the government and regulation and the industry, as well as having familiarity with the technical aspects. This is also how Australia participates in some of its activities in the international network of ASIs. So as a result of that collaboration, the National AI Centre led a project that was participated through a working group and including those three organizations, and they have developed the voluntary AI safety standard. This is a published voluntary standard from the Australian government. It was published last September. It's of course voluntary. It has 10 guardrails, which basically defines what are the most important areas that you need to consider when you are implementing or deploying an AI system within the industry to ensure it is trustworthy and its risks are managed and it's safe. under each one of those different 10 guardrails, there are a list of requirements that more specifically explains what sort of actions are needed to be done. This is quite aligned with the Australia's AI ethics principles, which was published in 2019, when Australia was one of the very first countries to have a national level AI ethics principles. Also, as I mentioned, given all of that close collaboration and relationship and awareness, it has a very good alignment with the ISO standards, especially 42001. After it was drafted, there was, both during its development and also after it's published, there was a series of roundtables and workshops to directly review and review it with the industry and receive feedback to ensure it is something practical and implementable that is exactly addressing the main requirements that industry needs in order to manage the risk of their AI systems. It's interesting to know one of the strong feedbacks that we got from industry was emphasizing on we want this to be aligned with the international standards such as 42001 and NIST and so on. So in the next round, currently the second version of the same standard is going ahead. It has additional improvements. It is expanding from just deployment perspective to cover the developer lens as well. It is having an additional procurement guideline for those who want to specifically just procure an AI system, but still being sure that it aligns with all of these standards and so on. It is having the new version. It's having also an additional guidelines about the details of watermarking and labeling. So all of this, while it's happening, we also have a systematic way to exactly check and align it with all of the important existing international standards, specifically at the high priority 42001, and then NIST and EU AI Act and more. So this is still, although this is from the Australian government, but it's still a voluntary standard. What about regulation? Yes, Australia is also considering and exploring options for regulating AI use. So that voluntary AI standard piece, it was actually a bridge between the international standards and more broad international standards and the regulatory perspective in Australia. In September last year, Australia also published options for potentially mandatory guardrails for AI, safe use of AI in Australia. This mandatory guardrail is also quite similar, well aligned with the voluntary AI safety standard. It has 10 guardrails. It's not exactly the same thing. It has very close alignment with the voluntary AI safety standard. It is proposed to be mandatory for high-risk users of AI, and the definition of high risk is inclined towards principle-based definition of high risk. However, all of these are only as an option. So it was published to the public and requested Australia for feedback for a period of time in last year, and now all of the feedback is collected and being processed by the government to explore potentially having a mandatory guardrail for use of AI in Australia. And with that, I will be happy to get any other question after the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. With this insightful discussion, we conclude our session on governance of AI. A sincere thank to all the speakers for sharing their expertise and perspectives on AI governance across different regions. I would now request Srimati Reena Garg to kindly present the mementos as a vote of thanks to our esteemed speakers. आगे आ जाओ, आगे आ जाओ। Thank you once again. Now we transition to our next crucial discussion, responsible AI in the age of LLMs and generative AI. As artificial intelligence continues to evolve, the rise of large language models and generative AI brings new opportunities and challenges. This session will explore how we can ensure AI remains crucial, ethical, transparent, and aligned with human values. I request the speakers of our next session to kindly be on the dais. Professor Youngmin Cho, Mr. Srinivasan, Dr. Sitaramana, Mr. Kshitij Batla. छोड़ बैठ जाए। To begin this session, I now invite our first speaker, Professor Youngmin Cho, to share his insights on lightweight AI for responsible and sustainable generative AI.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me here and BSBIS warm hospitality, and I'm very happy to be here. I am Youngim Jo. I'm a professor at Gachon University in Korea, as well as HOD of Korea. And today I'm going to talk about the lightweight AI for responsible and sustainable generative AI. Thank you for giving me a chance to discuss about this topic and talk about some challenges of AI systems. So today, at the beginning, while Diab, the chair of SC42, mentioned about the sustainability approaches, like two approaches. First one is the sustainable with AI, and sustainability of AI. He mentioned the two approaches, but I think two are very mutually interoperable. So if I have to choose one of the two approaches, I think today my talk is very closely related to the sustainability of AI, so the more technical issue. So I'd like to talk about these issues in more detail. The contents are like this: the trend and necessity of lightweight, and more detailed discuss about the current developing standard. I'm product editor of lightweight standard, so I'd like to talk about that and summary. So from this slide, actually 15 years ago, Novick and Nossel defined the goal of AI with 4 subgroups here. And in here, you can see the system that act rationally, the light part, on light part. And so this is the modern AI trend with intelligent agent system. And also Peter and Novick mentioned the ultimate goal of AI is to achieve the coexistence with AI. So this is very traditional definition of AI, and also, there are many technologies have realized in terms of human intelligence so far. But most important thing is that how to maintain the AI system sustainable. So, needs to in US, needs to already listed 5 solutions for sustainability. So here, technological solution and the standard, they focus on 2 parts, and also needs to mention the standard could have been considered a part of the technological solutions. So up to now, SC42 have developed many standards to achieve some sustainability. So I think sustainability is the same as the coexistence with AI. So I believe that a standard can lead the advancement of new technologies. So that's why I would like to develop a standard in the era of technology. So this is the trend of AI trend of development. So here I compared both technology, both approaches. First one is the current approach to AI and the future approach to AI. So I compared both of concepts with some criteria, 4 criteria here. The current approach is, we develop AI system, cloud AI and LLM, and priority is high performance, and focusing is that performance, optimization, the current approach. And in the future approach to AI is that is going to on-device AI and more smaller than current system, and efficiency is more priority than performance, and also sustainable focused is very important issues. So the trend is changing. So below graph is that the trend of phones and AI smartphones. So in the picture, 2023, on-device AI began at this time, and after that, currently, on-device AI is more actively have been researched and applied to many areas. So this is the trend of AI models. I mapped out publication date and the billions of parameter size according to many models on this slide. So I mapped out this one by myself. Actually, number of parameters are very important because this parameter can be new factors in training AI to determine the degree of intelligence. So degree of intelligence define the number of parameters. So that's why the number of parameter size is very important. So here, but since GPT was developed in 2020, 175 billion parameters. After that, the mainstream is the large model, all about large models of AI. But in 2023, ChatGPT, the smaller, less than 20 billion parameters, the smaller or less than 20 billion parameters models have been developed so far. So it is more. It has been becoming mainstream in AI development. So also I compared the LLM and the SLM. So left picture is that more than 75% of large-scale AI models published in 2024 have fewer than 100 billion parameters. It is true. And the light part is that I compare the Llama 3.3 70 billion and DeepSeek R1 70 billion parameters. So this means that how distillation is one of the lightweight algorithms. So how distillation significantly enhances performance in many tasks for the same number of parameters. So even though same parameters of the model, but if the model using lightweight algorithm, the model perform better than without using lightweight algorithm. So light picture shows this the result. So the blue is for the lightweight algorithm using in this AI model. So also from now I'd like to talk about the 5 challenges of AI. So first challenge of AI is the training cost. So in here, as you can see, ChatGPT from ChatGPT to Google Gemini, the training cost has increased 200,000 times, very big size. And also, this is the slide for the estimated training cost of selected AI models during 2016 to 2023. So it is increasing. As you can see, the training cost is increasing as time goes by. And I would like to talk about the second challenges of AI. This second challenge of AI is the complexity, I think. So the model complexity and resource efficiency is inversely related. Usually, larger models improve representation power and require higher computational demand. Therefore, it is needed the increased memory uses and the increased memory bandwidth. I think you can expect very well. And second challenges of AI is the limitations of resources. So actually, decreasing the size of devices, it is going to on-device and edge AI, etc. So computing devices like IoT and smartphones and etc. have resource limitations, including battery, RAM, storage, and computing power, and etc. So AI computing is expanding from the cloud server-based AI to on-device based AI. So this picture is is from the now on the developing standard. So there are 2 types of AI models. So first one is that cloud server-based AI and on-device-based AI. So cloud server-based AI case. So if device can analyze. So if command can be analyzed the device through a cloud server before taking actions. So this is left case. Light on-device case is that user command can be analyzed in on-device directly without going through a cloud server before taking actions. So both are different models. So the third challenges of AI is the energy consumption. So according to Goldman Sachs, AI is supposed to drive 160% increase in data center power demand. And also by 2028, AI can bear 90% of data center power demand. This is from the Goldman Sachs analyze. And Tech Radar said Google and Microsoft each consumed 24 terawatt hour, and during 2023, surpassing the consumption of more than 100 countries. And ChatGPT estimate Google search requires 0.3 to 1 watt hour. That is the same as the carbon footprint 0.2 to 1 gram carbon dioxide emissions. And also ChatGPT query requires 20 to 50 watt per hour is the same as the carbon footprint 10 to 50 gram CO2 emissions. So the fourth challenges of AI is the sustainability. maybe this is the last, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, sometimes I forgot. So maybe this is the last challenges of AI. This is the sustainability. So because of high energy consumption and the carbon emission and the environmental burden of data centers, reducing the model size and optimizing computation can help decrease the energy consumptions. So usually edge AI, quantization, and knowledge distillations have achieved and developed. These are kind of lightweight algorithms. So as I showed, if AI algorithm adopt some kind of lightweight algorithm, the performance is much better than without lightweight algorithms. But I think lightweight AI alone can't fully resolve sustainable challenges. So many other technologies have to combine together to achieve AI sustainability. Monopolies and privacy protection and ethics concerns, something like that, should be prepared and combined together. Okay, so in SC42, last plenary, last October plenary, at the Bosile plenary, SC42 at AI agreed to establish a liaison with SC39 sustainability, IT and data centers. So in SC42, we have joint advisory group now. So I think in this group seem to be covered these issues in more detail. So lightweight AI, the concept is that lightweight of AI, artificial neural network is the neural network optimization methodology that reduces memory uses and the computational complexity, removing unnecessary computations. So this algorithm is useful for the inference and the training. Yeah, both are very, when you use inference and training, lightweight is very, very essential. So there are three famous types of lightweight. The first one is the pruning and the quantization and the distillation. There are 3 types, and also there are many, many algorithms. So lightweight is not new concept, long history, but this concept nowadays, this concept is combined to, applied to on-device AI. That is the new trend. Lightweight itself has a long history, but lightweight is applied to on-device or small-size computer system. That is the new trend. So this standard, I'm project editor of this standard. This standard, the scope is that the document provide guidance on developing and deploying lightweight AI systems optimized for limited resource utilization. The ISO IC TS42111 in Working Group 5. So in here, I proposed the framework of lightweight AI modeling. So here, there are 2 big part, left and right. And the left part is that, first the requirement analysis is that requirement analysis define the fundamental criteria. And the second one, modeling method is that describing the methodologies used for designing and implementing. And then performance means that define evaluation method and the decision-making processes on the right part. And the deployment is that the deployment of lightweight AI systems. And the last thing, hardware. Hardware is focusing on the hardware infrastructure and the monitoring tools. So these are the, I proposed the framework of lightweight AI modeling. And also there are 5 steps in the process of lightweight AI modeling here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps, requirement analysis and model preparation and model design and model training and model assessment. So among them, I would like to show the assessment metrics here. So in step 5, so I compare the model assessment to lightweight AI and general AI. So lightweight in general, with some criteria, so 6 criteria here, so different concept. And also lightweight AI modeling, I showed you on the previous slide. So there are 2 AI modeling. So type 1 is that cloud edge AI modeling, type 2 on-device AI modeling. There are some advantages and disadvantages. So cloud edge AI is for maximizing AI training and inference performance and through large-scale models, but disadvantage is that cloud edge AI modeling is only for the accuracy. That is the disadvantage. And type 2, the advantage is that fast response and low power consumption. That is, and low cost. That is their advantage. But disadvantage is that real-time inference and low power consumption are very top priority. So accuracy a little bit, sometimes accuracy is lower than cloud edge AI modeling. So anyway, I defined the types of AI modeling here, and in the annex, I proposed some use cases here, some mobile cases and some efficient object detection cases. Also, I put some use cases. Okay, so I would like to talk about the related standard. Actually, I am developing 2 standards. The first one is that lightweight photo-1-on-1, and the second is that inference. So I'm editor of 2 projects. So, in terms of machine learning perspective, AI learning is for building a better AI model, left part, and the right part, AI inference is for performing inference on the trained model. So both are aiming to achieve sustainability and optimization in AI system. Okay, so last time there was a forum for sustainable AI during the 2025 AI Action Summit in February. So on the light part, you can't see. It is very small characters, so you can't see. But inside there is a best practice for mitigate for environmental impact. So in the middle box, 42101 and 25258 is the two developing standards are included here as a best practice to mitigate the environmental impact. Okay, this is the last slide. So, issues facing lightweight AI systems, large complex models may offer a better accuracy and more human-like capabilities, but they come with particular changes like resource constraint and development and accessibility issues and trade-off between accuracy and efficiency and environmental and ethical concerns like this. And also, it is crucial to balance the performance with resource efficiency. And the ongoing challenge is to maintain human-like capabilities with minimizing resource uses and aligning AI development with both technical requirement and sustainable goals. So I hope these standards can help for being sustainable of AI. Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
So thank you, Professor Cho, for shedding light on the importance of lightweight AI. Continuing our discussion on responsible AI, we now turn to an essential aspect, responsible AI and conformity. To shed light on this, I now invite Mr. Srinivasan from Infosys to deliver his session. As we are running quite late in our workshop, I would request the remaining speakers to please be a bit crisp with your presentations.
Thanks. Yeah. I'm Srini from Infosys Responsible AI Office, and I'm also a member of ISO working in Working Group 2. in the morning, in the afternoon, we have seen about standards, data, trustworthiness, then governance. Now, let me go back and say how we are implementing that in Infosys or in an organization. So, standards are important. We need to do it. But how do we take it and actually make it in the project? Let me give it an example. Suppose there is a customer of us with Citibank, and so we have to do a project, AI project for Citibank in Singapore. Which standard will we follow? Should we follow the NIST or the AI Verify Foundation? Now, complicating this, if I have to do this in Infosys in India, then should I follow the BIS standards? Complicating it further, if I have to do it an on-site offshore model, and there is a team working in Australia and India, which standard do I follow? What governance framework do I do that? So, we formed a responsible AI approach, which obviously we can't take one with the other, so we have to comply with all. And when it comes to conformance, then it has to go with ISO, because that is a place where the international standardization is there. So how do we go about? So this is the way I'm going to talk about how we have implemented in responsible AI in Infosys, taking the global governance into consideration, as well as the ISO's journey. So the way we followed with Infosys, am I audible? Yeah. So the way we followed is, we followed an Infosys Responsible AI Office, which has a governance council, which reports to the head of innovation. So you use AI for innovation. It also reports to the head of legal and compliance. So that means while we are innovating, we have to comply with the global regulations. At the same time, it reports to the technology officer, chief technology officer, which means that we have to use the latest technologies which are upcoming, the new technologies, and how do we imbibe them. At the same time, at any point in time, there are 5,000 projects working with Infosys in AI alone. How do we ensure that all those 5,000 projects follow a set of standard process? So we need to have a quality compliance as well. So this Responsible AI Office reports to this council, which reports to all these 4 dimensions. So that's the way we have structured. Secondly, we also said that this is separate from the delivery organizations, so that there is no conflict of interest. So when something that we deliver, we go and do a compliance check within our organizations, but we don't ensure that we get into regulate to the delivery side of things, so that we don't have a conflict of interest. So that was one of the key principles. The second one is we followed this AI 3S approach, scan, shield, and steer. In the scan, we scan the market in terms of the technology, with the regulations, the incidents, and then we produce a report. It's a monthly report that is consumable by all. Then we have developed the guardrails, the GenAI guardrails, which takes care of all the violations that happen here on the screen, and depicts on the top the principles, 7 principles that is kept on the top. So we comply with all of them, which takes care of the global regulations and the different standards. So that's the way we approach. Go into the details of the guardrails. So this is the Responsible AI Toolkit, which takes care of enhanced privacy, it takes care of enhanced security with an explainable AI, and detects any bias that is there in the AI, GenAI output. So this toolkit is something that we recently launched as an open source in February. February 26th is the date wherein we launched. Now it's available for all. It has the way we have implemented this is we have got Python-based APIs for security, for privacy, for explainability, safety. All of this are available in public GitHub for everyone to access. We are enhancing this to Hugging Face, and then we will be going near future to the Linux Foundation as well. So in that way, our approach is to ensure that it is applicable AI for all, and it's open source. And this is the guardrail we implement in Responsible AI, the ones that we developed with the principles I've told in the beginning, and how we are taking it forward. Now this is all on the Responsible AI part. Now coming to the conformity. Now that we have got the standards and we need to implement the standards, how do we go and conform? So we went into ISO 42001. So it was imperative for us, like it is like changing the engine in a running flight. we have to keep our projects running. The governance of the different governments are forming their governance, the standards are coming up, the technology is changing. At the same time, we have to get compliant. So that is the reason when this ISO came up with 42001 compliance, it was imperative for us that we need to do this in a very, very short time frame. So what is this ISO 42001? I will not get into details. It's all about artificial intelligence management system for enterprises and for organizations. And it takes care of all those organizations which are contributing AIs in products or services, both for deployment as well as for use. So the way we went ahead is within 3 months we had to get this done. So we went through the list of process list that is listed in ISO 42001, the 38 AI controls, came up with the documentations that were required to get compliant with ISO 42001. Then we went ahead and checked all these documents. Infosys also had a set of processes that is there, a set of document checklist in the pre-AI world. So which are those documents that can be fine-tuned to embrace AI? Which are the documents that required newly to be created? Example, AI policy. We had a software development policy, but did we have an AI policy? No. We had a data privacy policy, but did we have an AI policy for data? No. So the data policy got fine-tuned, the AI policy got recreated. So the way we did this is all these 38 controls were taken and then mapped with a set of documentation that was created for ISO 42001 specifically. And then it went into a rigorous 3-month intensive audit. We first did the audit within the Infosys Responsible AI Office, then we did a review, then it went with the Infosys Quality Assessment. Then we went into the first stage of review for just the process definitions. What is the process we shall follow for ISO 42001. Then once we got the audit, we got the 0 NCRs, then we moved forward to take it for the internal projects within Infosys, like the HR policy, for the HR projects, for the sales process, for all of those things we got complied with. We took the feedback from the auditor, came back and then refined it further for the client projects. And those client projects got certified, and that is the time we got this ISO 42001 certification. So the typical learnings, if I have to tell, is that we need to have, every organization should have an AI policy which is customized for themselves with their vision as well as with their culture of their organization. Then it should be a cross-departmental work. It should have an interaction with HR, with a training department, with a quality department. All of them have to come together, and then we need to do a rigorous audit. So that's the process we followed, and happy to answer any questions and collaborate, and if anybody needs any guidance, happy to answer. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Shivaraman, for this nice presentation. Next, I would request Dr. Seetarama from Tata Consultancy Services for a brief presentation on trustworthy AI by design.
How much time? 5 minutes? On the screen? Yes. Good evening. Ramabrahman from TCS, and I would like to share few thoughts on the approach towards achieving trustworthiness by design. So we have heard a lot of experts speaking about standards, the importance, governance, tools. Srinivas talk about the policies and all that. And I'm going to talk about slightly lower level details on how we can achieve it when we want to generate AI models, right? So I'll try to keep it as crisp as possible because I'm the last speaker and we are already running late. Okay. So few slides. By design, achieving trustworthiness, and a platform from the tools perspective to evaluate the trustworthiness of models, and the extension of that, two different types of Gen AI. A lot of people talk about LLMs, and we are already seeing the other forms of Gen AI. And the challenge is related to the RAGs and conclusions. So trustworthiness by design, we know we have been hearing the AIHLEG trustworthy principles, which is first, in fact, the first published guidelines on the trustworthiness, the 7 principles for different themes and things like that, followed by the standards 25059, which is the extension of 25010, talks about the quality of software products. So the 25059 is an extension, and it is going through another revisions now. And the largest standard 42001, which Srinivas talked about. And the father of the regulations, the EU AI Act, which talks about the risk categorizations and the importance of doing many things as a part of the compliances. And then enterprise AI assurance practices, guidelines that every enterprise is supposed to have, and the modeling methodologies. So from these, we need to come up with our own set of processes, procedures, guidelines, checklists, recommendations, best practices, whatnot. And then I am here taking the example of the modeling methodology, the CRISP-DM. It can be extended to any other model development methodology, be it KDD or AIOps, MLOps, any such things. So we have taken inspiration from the SDLC, the software development lifecycle that follows the planning, design, requirements, etc., etc. So likewise, we have in CRISP-DM the business understandings, data understandings, preparations, and so on. And within these, there are multiple activities where we look at defining the scope of the problem that we are trying to solve, value proposition that it brings, the cost benefit analysis, what is the cost required involved in solving the problem, whether I am getting any benefit out of it, the ROI, return on investments, and so on, so forth, availability of tools, technologies, infra, because infra is becoming very expensive, and most of the AI is available on the infra clouds, and the constraints. Do I have the availability of people, expertise in-house, and so on and so forth. Data, we have to identify source, and then the volumes, recency, what is required, frequencies, and so on and so forth. And data preparation, these are the steps: normalization, transformation, assessment of the quality of the data, the training and test bifurcations, maintaining the distributions of data in both train and test, and then the versionings as a good practice. Assumptions on the algorithms, copyright, verifications, which is important, and the architectures if we are looking at deep learning architectures. Modeling, typically we do parameter tunings, accuracy assessments, and model versionings, and so on and so forth. Under evaluations, we look at the trade-offs between different assumptions, exception handling, scalability, and so on and so forth. Now, while all these are required in a typical modeling scenario, are these sufficient to prove my trustworthiness? The answer is no. These are necessary but not sufficient. And what additional parameters I need to look at? So one of the most important thing that we keep talking about is the EU AI Act, and one of the key aspects of the AI Act is the risk categorization. So it is recommended that people evaluate the risk of the AI, that the risk involved in the AI that they are trying to apply. As per the Act, unacceptable risk categories are not supposed to be deployed anywhere. So it is only the high risk, medium risk, and low risk. High risk with guardrails, low risk again with few guardrails, and limited risk it can be deployed. And the stakeholder identification, and there are standards already that are available, 25568 and 23894. So they talk about the users, stakeholders, and the risks involved, and so on and so forth. And the RACI, most important part. RACI defines the responsibilities, accountabilities, the consulting partners, and the people to whom the information should be given, and so on and so forth, and also include the risk of failure here. So what if the AI fails? So what is the risk that I will have if in case of risk failures? And then fallback options. So these are basically the aspects that are required for compliance to regulatories, be it EU AI Act or trustworthy, even NIST RMF principles. And then when we talk about data, traceability is extremely important to establish transparency because we tend to have the habit of collecting data from unknown sources, which in a way is risky, and we should know the data sources, the authenticity of data from where we are collecting the data. And if we are talking about collecting data from human subjects, we need to look at the consent, availability of consent, and we need to know the exact purpose of collecting the data, collecting data for the right purpose, right use of and right purpose. And the copyright licenses, which is becoming extremely critical, because when we go to market, when we go to the customers, whether I am using the data that is allowed to be used for my model development. And then under data preparation, look at the data privacy aspects, PAI versus other aspects of sensitive information. And here we can look at using the content filters, because I'm preparing the data, this will go to the next step of modeling. So I better check for the presence of harmful content, the toxic content, and if there is any possibility of jailbreaks and injections. So this is where we think is the right place to have these guardrails. And then under modeling, we propose use of the different measures, starting from calibrations, measures of transparency like the explainabilities, communications, robustness, under which we have resiliency, fairness, and the content filters. So this is another set of filters which are different from the filters that we have seen earlier. So those are the filters on the inputs, these are the filters on the outputs of the models, the presence of harmful content, and the any scope of hallucination in the output of the models. And then under evaluations, let us also look at the fallback options, whether I'm evaluating the model for fallback. So, and the horizontals, we need to have continuous governance, audits, feedbacks, improvements, updates. In case anything in the topmost layer is changing, we need to percolate that down to the models as well. And this is what we have in TCS, the platform. We will announce this very shortly. So with that we'll have the capabilities to evaluate different types of models. When we talk about AI, we have the models covering the image classifications, detections, text classification, sequence to sequence models, bots, whatnot, LLMs, SLMs, and the other forms of GenAI, and the ML algorithms as well. And on the left side, what we have are some of the guardrails that we already have. And then the right hand side, what we see are the microservices, the capabilities being made available as microservices, reports, methods, different frameworks, interoperability, TensorFlow, Keras, PyTorch, whatnot. I mean, we have addressed all of them, and we have come up with our own quantification techniques that are now converted to patents, publications, speaking sessions, and different deployment options. So these are available as content-based forms, APIs, and RESTful APIs, and so on and so forth. And then coming to the trustworthiness of GenAI, where we have the other forms of GenAI. So we start with text and image. We know we have to apply filters on the input, apply filters on the output, and we follow the architectures of encoders, decoders. And in some of the LLMs, we see sequence to sequence model kind of approaches. But when we talk about, say, a generation of text from, and these are the guardrails that we are talking about on the input side, and these are the guardrails that we are talking about on the output side. And if we talk about creating text from an audio, so I give a I want to create an image from a text, from an audio instruction. So what we are thinking is we can convert the text to audio to text and follow the existing process and still apply the existing known guardrails to ensure trustworthiness. Similarly, if we are talking about video, so video is nothing but a combination of images and text in synchronized way. So the images can be considered as, the frames can be considered as images, and the audio can be converted to text, and again it can be subject to the same kind of evaluations with known guardrails on both text and images. So this is what, so we have implemented that with decent success on the first part. Audio to image is what we have already kind of tried out. We are in the process of trying out on the video to other forms. And the last slide, many RAGs currently, this is the fundamental aspect of on the success of LLMs, because LLMs cannot be retrained. It's very expensive and heavyweight component. So if I have to contextualize LLMs, one of the approaches very popular is the RAG, retrieval augmented generation, and as such there are 25 racks and few more are in progress. And there are, these racks are better applied in particular business domain, so we have done those analysis, and the application of the guardrails to ensure trustworthiness depends on the nature of the rack as well as the domain of applicability. So this is something that we want to look into as an extension to what we have been already kind of doing. So just to conclude, as we know, rapid development in AI, standards need to be defined at the same pace, because we are almost at the doorstep of the implementation of AI Act, and it's already there. The unacceptable models are prohibited, and we are very soon going to encounter the similar enforcement on the high risk. So in order to meet with the compliances, regulatory compliances, we should know what to measure, how to measure. So that's where standards play a very key role. And on top of all this, we still see few more developments in the form of agentic AI already in practice, need to be regulated. And the only way that we can see is a effective collaboration between industry, academia and the regulatory bodies. Thank you for the opportunity. I mean, we can discuss offline in case of questions.
Thank you, Dr. Sitarama, for sharing your insights on trustworthy AI by design. Next, we have the session on AI standardization at Bureau of Indian Standards, India. We have online with us the chair of the National Mirror Committee of SC42, Professor Pushpak Bhattacharya, Professor IIT Bombay. We'll also have Mr. Kshitij Batla, Scientist D and Joint Director in Bureau of Indian Standards. He is having the Secretariat of the National Mirror Committee in India.
So we first request Dr. Pushpak Bhattacharya, who has joined us online. Sir, I hope we can hear us. If you can give your remarks related to the standardization efforts which Bureau of Indian Standard is leading with under your guidance. Meanwhile, sir will be speaking. I will be just very brief on the sense that till now, what we were doing was informing you all about what SC42 is doing, what are the different projects of SC42. Now, how you can contribute to those projects. That's the, I would say, at the last we wanted to inform you, all of you. And in that as well, specifically, how can you be part of BIS activities as well as how you can contribute to the ISO IC activities. So meanwhile, Pushpak sir will be back online. I will just go through that process. So standard development in Bureau of Indian Standards, we have different departments and different sectional committees through which we develop standards, and electronics and IT department is one of the 16 one of the departments, and there are different technical committees, and LITD 30 which is the committee at national level for artificial intelligence, and which corresponds to at international level to JTC1 SC42, and scope of this committee is mirrored to the SC42, the standardization area of artificial intelligence and big data, and its composition and all details, I would say, are available in public domain on BIS website. Everyone can see the basic details of the members, and we have the balanced composition that from the government, the regulators, the industry, labs, R&Ds, consumers, individual experts, and academia. And this is just brief that chairperson is Dr. Pushpak Bhattacharya, IIT Bombay, who will be just after this will be giving his remarks, and this is the major stakeholders we have on LITD 30 committee. Mirroring to the work of SC42, we have the working groups and the panels in the LITD 30 as well. Yes, sir. We'll be taking you, sir. In working group 1, similar to SC42, WG1, WG2 related to mirroring to the work of the SC42, and similarly for all the groups we have the mirror groups in our National Mirror Committee. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can. Sir, over to you. You can briefly inform about that, the work we are doing.
No, again I unmuted.
Yes, yes, sir. We can listen to you. You can speak. Yes, sir. You are audible.
And my video, can you make a video?
Yes, that is on from our side. So you just have to switch on from your side. But we are listening. You can, sir, speak.
So, Kshitij, looks like I am not visible. You are audible.
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay, so,
You are audible, sir. You are audible, sir. Please go ahead. Sir, you are audible. Please go ahead.
But I am not visible.
Yes.
Okay, so it's a wonderful effort on the part of BIS at 8:30 to organize this whole event, and also in particular this particular workshop, which is on responsible AI. Now, as has been said, I am the chairman of this AI standardization committee. Everybody understands the importance of standardization because standardization leads to a framework where different groups and different agencies and entities can cooperate for a greater goal. So, for example, car manufacturers take different parts from other smaller manufacturers, and that is possible because those smaller parts follow a standard. Now, along with standard, other realities are emerging. There is not equal. There are other realities.
Sir, it is fine for us. Please go ahead.
There are other realities emerging, which is that AI should be also behaving responsibly. There was a very nice talk where energy requirement and carbon footprint were mentioned. Then the large language models and how they can bias, how we should put guardrails against jailbreak, then how hallucination should be mitigated. All these are very important concerns. In IITA in Bombay, we are doing extensive research on all these problems that large language models and generative AI. Now, one of the other important things we are also doing is that we are creating a framework for this event and also for this possible workshop.
Thank you, sir. Moving back quickly to the working groups of the LT30 and the brief of LT30. So these are the different groups, and you can contribute to this. And before going to the further how you can contribute, just quickly informing you that there are different standards which are already two are published and few are under development, and which lead are from the Indian experts of the LT30 committee. One is this 24668, and Mr. Gautam Banerjee, who was here, had led this project related to big data analytics. Then guidelines for AI applications, the 5339, which is by Dr. Shrikant Bhatt, was the lead for this, and this is also a published standard. And then there are standards which are under development, 42106, which is related to benchmarking. Professor Nishi Srivastava from IIT Kanpur, he is also joining these calls. Then we have a document for 2119-3, which is related to verification and validation analysis of AI systems, and lead is from Mr. Raghavendra Bhatt from Intel, and there are many people also helping him as well in development of this document. And then the recently the projects approved, which are led by Indian team, is 25570 reliability assessment of AI system, Dr. Anantram, who is also sitting in this hall. Then we have again another project which is related to guidance for output data quality of generative AI applications, and again being led by Dr. Shrikant Bhatt, with specifically from the Srinivasan from the Infosys and the Syed Ahmed from Infosys. And then another one is 25569, de-integration of training data for machine learning. This has just been initiated. So, and then we have one more project which we have just recently in this meeting proposed. We will see how far we can go with this. That is related to resilience assessment of AI system, and that proposed project lead is Mr. Shirdhan, who is also sitting in this room. And with this, I would say that whoever wants to contribute to standardization activity in Bureau of Indian Standards and to the SC42, because if you want to contribute to SC42 from India, you can approach Bureau of Indian Standards through the online. Also, we have the system through which you can approach, or always you can write to this email ID, or on your badges also you have my email ID, through that you can approach. With this, I think I will just end it, and because I was the last speaker with the end of session. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for this brief session on responsible AI in the age of LLMs and generative AI. Now I would request once again Srimati Reena Garg to present the mementos to our distinguished speakers as a vote of thanks. Thank you. So as we come to the final segment of today's workshop, we open the floor for a question and answer session. So this is an opportunity for all the attendees to collaborate and communicate with the experts we have here today. So if you have any questions, can we have the mic, please? You can just come up. Please give him the mic.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alvin Anthony. I'm coming from Anand & Anand. It's a law firm based in Noida. Thank you for having this wonderful session, and it's very important to have these discussions, especially from a standardization point of view. And thank you for all the good work that BIS is doing. In fact, BIS is one of the largest number of localized standardized body in India. Like last time I checked, 19 of the international standards are converted to Indian versions as of today, including 42001, 382, 23890. All those are like converted. So my question is, in fact, a little bit understanding of how we are going to proceed, because even the minister in the Rajya Sabha last year said that like the BIS is coming up with standards in relation to artificial intelligence. But if you are looking into the BIS Act, And the explanations given in the BIS website, it said that it's a voluntary in nature, most of them. But given how complex the AI systems are like having and lot of requirements are coming, how BIS is proposing, because we don't have a QCO till date in relation to AI. So has India reached a stage where a QCO can be started getting issued in relation to any of these standards, or we need to have some more time so that we can analyze the market, let the players have more time to like play around the AI before like having the QCOs being rolled out, and how the regulations has to be followed? And this can be answered by anyone from the BIS. And the second is that, one more question is that, since I am a lawyer, I would like to also understand how the BIS or the industry want the people from the legal side to support all these efforts, whether for the industry or for academia or for the BIS in itself. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So, as I understand, you want to know like how government is going to implement these standards which are published. So, just for the information of everyone, like the standards published by BIS by default are voluntary in nature unless they are mandated by line ministry. Like in this case, it will be Ministry of Electronic and IT. So just after we are regularly in touch with the ministry regarding AI standards, apprising them like whatever we are doing, whatever is required by them. In fact, we are asking each and every ministry to submit their annual program for standardization. So what are the standards required by those ministries which can be implemented at their end? So regarding AI standards, we have apprised MIT of all these standards on which we are working. And soon, I think they'll be coming out with some framework to make these standards, like how they are going to mandate these standards or implement these standards in the country. But it is it is to be done in collaboration with MIT. So MIT and BIS together will do it. And the second question, how people from legal background can be associated. See, AI is such a field that we want people from every discipline. It's low. So if you have an expertise and your work relates to the standardization or you want to contribute, you are most welcome. You can get in touch with us, and we'll examine and analyze how you can how be onboarded in our committees and how you can contribute there. So I think irrespective of discipline, AI is such a field that we need people from every sector. I think this answers your question.
Yeah. Can we have the mic here, please? Yes.
Hi, I'm Kriti. I just had a question. On one side, we have a lot of big players, technology players, providing a lot of open source toolkits and a lot of KPIs that developers could take help from. On the other side, we have a lot of standards and regulations that have come up. There is still a link missing between them. What will be the best way to associate the standards, the articles, to the KPIs that will be needed for technical documentation?
Very difficult question. Agreed. There is a huge gap, definitely, because see, some of the, if we are talking about Gen AI particularly, there are a lot of open source models and all of them exist elsewhere on the cloud. Not easy to deploy on premise. And most of the guardrails related tools are also available as classifiers, filters, content filters, be it text or image. And we need to be careful on how to use them, because commercial LLMs come with some inbuilt capabilities, definitely. We just need to know how to use them. In the back end, they may be using some of the tools that we already know. Whereas with the open source LLMs, I mean, whatever professor was showing, I mean, there are 7 billion is the least, smallest size of LLM you can imagine. And for some of those open source models, the inbuilt guardrails are not available. But there are few available in the open source. And it's not easy to build them. And most important thing is they are trained on data sets that are not probably permissible again. I create the data, I own the model, but I make it available on the open source communities. It doesn't mean that I can use it in whatever way I want to. So we need to be extremely careful on using some of these tools to fill those gaps. The purpose of usage, why am I using it? What is the exact purpose? So those details need to be examined very carefully. If we are trying to do something for a commercial purpose, you need to understand what exactly is commercial. If you are working in a commercial organization, even though the model is open sourced, you are not supposed to use that. So those are the things, which are not very clearly explained and articulated, but you need to be, careful in the right choice of the tools. So there are few things available definitely to fill the gaps, but we need to be careful. Yeah, thank you.
Can I go next? Can I go
Yeah.
next? Yeah,
please.
Good evening, everyone. I had two questions. One, I wanted to know about use of AI in educational spaces, because this has become a serious thing across the world, it seems. So how do we moderate that, if there could be some standardization about that also? Another thing is more of a fear, but it seems from my perspective kind of valid fear. Like, for example, let's say in today's world, when we talk about cybersecurity, we kind of use the prime factorization problem for securing our data, be it financial and all. That is also based on our, let's say, not say assumption, but more of a practical assumption, saying it is not breakable given the technology and all. But in future it could be, right? Because of the quantum computers and all that. So thinking about that, so when AI comes, especially when personal AI, which kind of can deal with, where there are these days people using AI for therapy, like mental therapy and all that. So all that personal data. So my question here was what are we, how are we keeping this idea of privacy in while we are dealing with standardization of AI model? Where does the privacy comes? Not just the present privacy where adversary today cannot do it, but in future if it happens, right? If it happens, people let's say come up with a better algorithm where they can actually find prime factorization in a polynomial time, maybe, let's say, and then this thing kind of system seems to be collapsing. So do we keep that a visionary document or visionary standardization where we a doomsday come and we don't do that? Do we keep that in our mind as well? So yeah, thank you.
Okay, there's two questions I would say, but multiple points in that. First one, you asked about the AI in education. So I would try to answer in that sense that that's again comes in the framework of the trustworthiness, be it in the education or any other sector. And in that specifically, there are multiple factors, and so one specific factor that we have already looked into and started working is on, I would say, impact of AI on human psychology. And in that, your cognitive and non-cognitive, all things will be covered. So BIS had floated an R&D project on this topic, and that report, I would say, is about to be completed. And based on that findings, we are thinking that we will go for some work in the standardization, but that is, I would say, just a first step in that direction. And that way, we are trying to cover that things. And there are, I would say, multiple research papers on this field already, which are talking about the psychology and cognitive behaviors and how in education, particularly because it will have an impact on the students and the next generation specifically. And your second one, I would say, primarily was related to the privacy aspects. So that also, even in this committee, SC42, and as well as there is another committee that work related to privacy AI and standardization has already started in my slides, which I quickly run through. I mentioned about the de-identification of data for machine learning. So that is the project which Indian experts have started now with the help of the SE42 experts, they are global experts, we will work on that. That is related to privacy. As well as there is another committee at ISO level, which is JTC1 SE27. That is also developing some aspects related to, because you also mentioned about the safety, security part related to the AI security, as well as in general, the privacy protection in AI. So work is in progress, I would say. Anything else, if anyone else want to add?
Just to add one more point, privacy preserving AI is one of the focus areas of the recent past, where on a plain domain, whatever I do, can I do the same thing on an encrypted domain? And there are many ways to do that. The home market and encryptions and things like that. There is of course a trade-off. When we tried out some of the computations on an encrypted domain, what we have seen is exceptional increase in the computational time and also a reduction in the result. Right? So there is always a trade-off. And then there is another concept that is also coming up, that is on the infra side. How can I protect the infra so that I can protect the AI that is hosted on the infra? So in a way, I am computing it on a protected infra. So these are basically in the initial stages of explorations, keeping in mind the cost involved at the infra level and also the time and the accuracy. So I need to have a balance of all these, and there's still a long way to go before we make, because you also mentioned about quantum computing. So can I break it, right? As such, 128 versus 256, that itself is an exponential increase in the computational time. And if I increase it further to 512, forget about it, right? So a split second calculation takes 13 minutes. So that is the increase in the computational time. So, possibilities are there, but long way to go.
Yeah. Last question. So can we have the mic here, please? First.
Yes, I'll have a non-tech question. I have three personas. I'm a medical doctor, father of a daughter, 9-year-old, and I run an IT company. So I have three questions. First question is in relation to I came today looking for a OWASP kind of a checklist for my IT people who are working. I think Srinivasan boss talked about it. At length, I'll work with you on that. We need definitely as we speak, like Infosys or Wipro of this world, they have all the wherewithals to work with the responsible AI. But a lot of smaller companies, like my company is 500 people, so they need to have checklist kind of things, which they can use readily. And I really hope and wish that we will have a chatbot, AI chatbot with you guys, which will answer their questions on day-to-day basis. This is first part. Second was my daughter. I bought a toy some time back, which was a cloud-driven toy, AI-driven but cloud-based toy. And I had to trash it because it was taking pictures. It has a video, and it was AI-driven. So it was like very fashionable. So we bought it. Someone bought it and brought it to us. So is there any policy towards how to have any kind of restriction on these and the sale of these kind of toys which are being sold? And also there are some other things. If you go to Costco or anywhere, there are a lot of AI related things, physical things. So if we have at BIS any standards being developed, will be great to know. The third persona is as a healthcare professional. I want to work on the radiology part and other kind of things which we want to innovate. So readily amongst all the knowledge base of BIS, I am not able to, with my GPT skills and knowledge, I am not able to extract exactly a checklist where to start, and I'm afraid of being into a lot of don'ts. So these are the three questions.
Let me go question 1, 2, 3. The first question wherein you talked about big companies able to do that and small companies. So our principle and everybody's principle should be this way: AI for all and AI for good. Okay. So if that happens, that's precisely the reason why Infosys open sources responsible AI toolkit, and open for all. And we are working with different governments to ensure that the toolkits are taken and they are commercial, they are given. Because even with startup, or not only startup, if there are individual citizens of the country, if they want to use an AI software, and they need to have guardrails. Guardrails, according to me, it's like a brake in the car. You can sell a car, but if I say that if you want to have a brake, I will charge you, it's not okay, right? It's not ethical. So in that way, it is to be open source is the way, and the best way to open source is with governments. So at least Infosys is working with different governments. Karnataka government has taken our toolkit and is given for startups. So we are open to working with different governments to ensure that all startup communities are given a booster kit. And that booster kit contains the guardrails, right? So that is one, which includes the guidelines, checklist, and whatever. That's the first part. The second part is about the daughter, what you said, right? I had a very similar example, the experience, and that is why I came into responsible AI. When ChatGPT came up, my daughter was in 11th standard at the time. She was saying that, Papa, I also use AI. I asked her, why are you using AI? She said the second question, which was even more perturbed. She said that I am using AI when I feel low, when I feel lonely. What do you do when you are lonely? Says that I say the AI, crack me a joke, or sing me a song in a particular language. So they are playing with emotions, right? Data sharing is one aspect, and this is the other aspect. So this is the place where, but we can't stop this. Because like the way you said for healthcare, right? Healthcare, you can use it for good, you can use it the other way, right? So we should not stop it, but we should have guardrails in place. And the guardrails, according to me, should not be only technical, it should be technical, process, and legal, which is the governance side. So that's the way we should have these guardrails and ensure that's done. I'll leave the third question to Kshitij because that's more standards oriented.
I will add the first question as well. You mentioned about the OWASP and the specific checklist. So I would say there also standards have a role to play when you say the companies, you say the SMEs or the big companies, because whatever knowledge standards has that they can use, all types of companies can utilize those knowledge, and way of participation, way of, I would say, contributions to standards. And in the field of mobile device security, the similar thing that we have done is using the OWASP checklist there, ASVS checklist, specifically for mobile device security. And because I would say OWASP AI checklist, as per as my knowledge, was just been released. Yeah. So that's the thing that we have to look for, because we have the ISO IC standards on the similar things. What additional and in what way OWASP is providing, that the things that we have to examine, and based on that we'll see if something that similar to we can do adoption in the Bureau of Indian Standards or not, that the things to be explored. That was the first thing. And then I would say third part, from regulation perspective, and that again, as per the knowledge which we have, at this stage there are no specific regulations that will directly cover those scenarios, but IT Act and other acts have the indirect references which I would say the implementers, the policymakers have to see how to utilize those. That's the opinion, ma'am.
I would just like to add whatever Kshitij has said, that we are in the process of preparing Indian standard for security of IoT devices. So recently the mandate for CCTV camera security, this like adhering to certain guidelines, that has been mandated by Ministry of Electronics and IT. And once this standard on IoT security device security is published, so that will take care of many of the things, because considering all the devices you are mentioning, like they are in a way IoT devices. So maybe the implementation of the mandatory compliance to the requirements which are laid down in this standard will be made mandatory by MITRE in near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Like your questions.
Thank you. Can we clap for her?
Thank you so much. So sorry, we really have a paucity of time, but okay. So this is the last question that we are having. Anybody who has any questions, kindly write to us. We'll get back to you with the answers and feedback.
Yeah, my question is a very basic question about AI and safety. But we are not talking hardware. We are dependent on hardware on other parts of the world, China and Taiwan. So can we be safe without hardware?
It depends on what kind of AI we are looking at. For conventional AI, most of the AI models or solution can be deployed on-premise, which is completely under our control. Whereas if we are looking at the use of Gen AI, most of the models, 99.9% of the models are on the cloud, right? And we have to take it with a pinch of salt. There is always a trade-off. If we want Gen AI, there is a risk because the model is somewhere and we are sharing the data, and so we need to get into some kind of disclosure, non-disclosure agreements with the providers, knowing that it is not in our control. So based on the need and the complexity of the AI, we need to take a call. So it cannot be generalized because infra is expensive, and particularly Gen AI kind of scenarios, we cannot have the models on-premise and smaller infra. So there is always a trade-off on that.
Thank you. I hope it answered your question.
There is one more explanation.
I'll just try to answer to. If your question is more specific to India, then if you have seen the presentation from Kavita Bhatia, it really explained. In terms of hardware for GPU, we are going and procuring GPUs and giving it, government is procuring and giving it for organizations and startups. Secondly, with respect to models, because the models are not, the large LLMs are not fine-tuned for Indian context, India-based LLMs are coming up. Third one is with respect to the skilling, because that's again another resource, human resource, for which there's a separate track on reskilling. And the last one, which is on the infrastructure, MITI is working on an AI city concept. So there is an AI city that is being worked up, which is requiring hardware, software, the land area, all of those things combined into one place. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you. Thank you, experts, for attending to the questions of our participants today. So that was the close of the third session for us. As we reach the conclusion of this insightful workshop, we take a moment to reflect on the invaluable discussions that had taken place today. The rise of the LLMs and the generative AI has brought forth immense possibilities, but with them comes a responsibility to ensure AI remains critical, ethical, trustworthy, and aligned with societal values. The perspectives shared today, from global standards to governance frameworks and responsible AI development, will serve as guiding principles in shaping the future of technology. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all our esteemed speakers for their expertise and seamless contribution, and to all of you for your active engagement. This is not just the end of the workshop, but the beginning of a meaningful collaboration and continued dialogue on building a future where AI fosters trust, innovation, and inclusivity. All participants joining the workshop today are requested to come forward for becoming a part of the national as well as the international standardization efforts in the field of artificial intelligence and be a part of the Bureau of Indian Standards, the national standards body of India. With that, we close today's proceedings. Thank you once again for your participation, and we look forward to future conversations that will shape the responsible evolution of AI. Wishing you all a very best and a wonderful evening ahead. Thank you.
I request all the organizing team members to come forward for a group photograph. All LITD and I would say if Indian